What's up, Shauna? What's going on, sister? Normally, I wouldn't be going live on a Friday night like this, but it's one of them days. Sam, what's up, brother man? ADX, what's happening? Chambered, what is up, my brother? P38, what's happening? Yeah, guys, it hasn't been a good day. CRS is about to go live with Matt's wife. What are you talking about? Hey, Jason, did you get my email, man? I couldn't find your address. So do me a favor and email that to me again. I got your box ready to go. I'll ship everything. Should be shipping everything out tomorrow. I got a bunch of guys taken care of today. I got, I don't know, probably 4 more I got to mail out tomorrow. Yeah, same old shit, different day. That's about right, Sam. So normally, like I said, I wouldn't go necessarily live on a Friday night. Normally, I'd go chill with Bacon and everybody, man. Live on CRS's stream. Hell, I didn't think they were going to end up going to go live tonight. I might have to play their shit over in the background because I don't want to miss everything they got going on. But I also don't want to probably say some of the shit I'll end up saying tonight on her stream because, no, dude, I can't. I don't want to simulcast it, brother. Anybody who wants to go hang out there, man, please go hang out there. Like I said, I'll probably bring them up in the background on mine so I can watch. I didn't think they were going to end up going live tonight. That's one of the reasons I cranked up. Because I really don't. I wouldn't want to say some of the shit I will end up saying tonight. I really don't want to end up saying that on, anything to do with Crump and them. They're a bit more calm than I am. But I found this looking around, found this budget hearing. Stephen Dettelbach was testifying at this budget hearing, trying to justify his fucking job. So I wanted to chill out and kind of watch that. Well, chill out. No, I doubt whether I'll chill out. G23, what's up, brother, man? G23, I have not checked my email, brother. Did you email me your address so I could mail you out that one cut? Like I said, I got a bunch of guys today. I still got a few more of you guys to go to get out tomorrow. There's so much shit going on today, and then a couple of you guys I couldn't find addresses. Warsaw, what's up, brother? So, anyway, let's have a little bit of fun. Well, not necessarily fun, but we're gonna have it. This is what needs to happen to the ATF right here.
Madness. This is Sparta!
That's what needs to happen to him. And just in honor of our normal streams.
Hey, boys! Look what I got here!
Can't go without this.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, G23, good deal. All right, so now that we got our fun out of the way, I am going to stick this hearing on. And, well, we're going to watch.
Seemingly poorly reasoned new rules emanating from the ATF in recent months. In one case, The ATF changed the operative definition of rifle
What's up,
in the
Mike
Code of
Twain?
Federal Regulations such that pistols with attached stabilizing braces will be subjected to heightened federal regulation. Under another rule, the ATF is now requiring gun dealers to retain transaction records for the entirety of their licensed activities, as opposed to the last 20 years, and redefined frame to craft.
Now, I believe this hearing, before we get into it, I believe this hearing was this week, early part of this week. Yeah, streamed 3 days ago. So 3 days ago, while CRS and his buddy are getting completely fucked over by the ATF, this cocksucker is at a hearing trying to justify his job. Because obviously they need more money to fuck over people who are no threat to the public.
Back down on privately made firearms. Under the new rule on stabilizing braces, otherwise lawful gun owners could face up to 10 years in prison and thousands of dollars in fines if they fail to register pistols with stabilizing braces with the ATF.
Yeah.
If that weren't enough,
I hear tell he could suck a
the
rooster.
fiscal
through a
24
straw.
budget reveals a separate effort to roll back Second Amendment protections. It proposes to eliminate several long-standing gun riders and repeal several Second Amendment protections from permanent law.
That's the things.
This, along with the ATF's aggressive regulatory
They're
agenda,
getting paid to screw over people.
reveals a multifaceted effort to eliminate freedoms not even associated with the criminal misuse of firearms. When it comes to protecting Americans from violent crime, the Justice Department has my full support for locking up straw purchasers, prosecuting buyers who lie on their background check forms, and increasing prosecutions and penalties for gun theft, particularly from gun dealers.
Okay. Let me say this while my boy's right here. One, the shit they call straw purchases are absolutely horseshit because they think me buying a gun and then deciding I want to sell it the next little while is a straw purchase these days. Background check system has more fucking issues than Nancy Pelosi's liver. And trust me, her liver has a lot more issues than mine, and that's saying a lot. All right, let me let this go.
The fact is, there's a lot that can be done to keep guns out of the hands of felons that does not involve requiring a disabled vet to register his adapted pistol or removing a long-standing rider related to obscure firearms. Nevertheless, it's clear where this administration has chosen to direct its efforts. The American people can't be blamed for wondering why the government seems more intent on focusing its efforts on the law-abiding public than on doing the hard work of enforcing the law on
Thank you,
people
Kurt.
committed to breaking it. The complexity of violence
Yeah,
and the very
still
nature
getting
of
used to
criminal
rumble too,
behavior
so I understand.
make predicting and preventing incidents of
Yeah,
violence
well, the new 4473s
extremely
are
difficult.
Trust me, it's going to
We in
change again.
Congress
It's going to get more and more in depth.
Want to ensure
They're going to
that
be able to
funding
get
is
you on
used effectively and that it isn't used to support oppressive new regulations in the name of crime prevention. America's national debt out of control, and we continue to pay the price for runaway federal spending.
Yeah, we can save a lot of
We
money.
must
by just not
examine
funding the
all
ATF.
agencies and programs to find efficiencies and savings and prioritize our scarce resources for those ATF efforts that have a demonstrable impact on public safety. Today, I'm sure we'll have some questions about inefficiencies at the ATF, and we will examine whether some ATF's policies are actually counterproductive. Finally, in light of our charge to eliminate wasteful government spending, ATF's budget would benefit from much greater transparency. The entirety of ATF's budget justification, which reflects the agency's diverse mission, is reduced to 2 decision units, making it difficult for Congress to appropriate funding with any degree of precision. Before we proceed, I want to recognize my ranking member, Mr. Cartwright, for any remarks he may wish to make.
I gotta,
good morning,
I gotta
Mr. Chairman,
see.
and
I haven't
thank you.
logged into my Odyssey account.
And I'd like to join you in welcoming Director Dettelbach in his first appearance before our subcommittee to discuss the FY 2024 appropriation for alcohol, tobacco,
like how it looks
firearms,
like
and
they got it at the little
explosives,
kids table.
better known as ATF. Welcome. The enforcement
Make that food
authorities
sit
at
on a stool in the corner
ATF
with it.
extend beyond what I assume will be a large focus of today's hearing. I am supportive of oversight for the ATF. I believe ATF's important role in gun violence prevention, along with other federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, is one that deserves the attention of Congress on a bipartisan basis. Certainly, we all know the number of mass shootings in this country continue to rise in a new post-pandemic reality, with at least 4 deadly mass shootings just last week at a bank in Kentucky, a funeral home in Washington, D.C., a pool party in North Carolina that took the life of a 15-year-old girl, and an Indiana park where individuals were gathered in memory of a 19-year-old
ill shooter
who was
with
fatally
gangs.
shot the day before. All of these occurred just last week.
It shows you just how
It fails to mention the loss of life among our country's most innocent in the last year in places where our children should be focusing on their future by learning in our nation's classrooms. A recent poll found that 1 in 5 Americans have lost a family member who was fatally shot. This is a new normal that we simply cannot sustain.
Bacon's going to be on his own
I
stream.
was proud to support the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act last year, which was an important first step in addressing gun violence prevention efforts at all.
I know Bacon will be on his own stream here in a little bit. And normally I'd hang out in Bacon's stream Friday night. But to be honest, I didn't want to like trash Bacon's stream with the fucking mood I'm in right now. So I decided to go ahead and crank this one up. Bacon's an awesome dude. Trust me, I'd rather be on this stream having a little fun. But with the shit that happened today, man, I don't know, man. I've had no faith in the American legal system for a long time, and today's more proof it's just horse shit. So,
all levels of government. Further, as reflected in ATF's Crime Guns report released in February of this year, after a 20-year hiatus, we have a better understanding of the true threats to our communities from firearms used in crimes. We now know privately made firearms, or so-called ghost guns, recovered by law enforcement have grown 1,000% since 2017, a problem flagged early on as a growing risk to public safety and law enforcement by organizations such as the International Association of Chiefs of Police. We also now know that the time to crime for most legally purchased firearms is less than 3 years. From 2017 to 2021, 1 million lawfully purchased firearms were stolen. and largely from
Yeah.
private citizens who had no intention to do any harm. This type
That's
of information is crucial for
criminals
our state, local, and
steal
federal law
guns.
enforcement, and long
They don't go through
overdue.
background checks.
And it
They
is
don't go
more
to
important than
FFL.
ever to ensure the ATF
steal
has
them.
the resources you need to respond to these types of incidents and provide tracing information at the request of partner law enforcement agencies as expeditiously as possible. DOJ has previously confirmed in its March 18th letter to the committee that cuts to the ATF budget would increase trace times at the National Tracing Center by more than 2 months due to reduced staff and also result in fewer ATFs.
Okay. Explain this to the kids. One, there hadn't been a single crime that has been stopped by gun tracing. 99% of the time when a crime is solved by finding a gun, the gun is found at the crime scene because the fucker who commits the crime is either there holding the gun or they drop the gun and there's no tracing done on it. It's called fucking fingerprints. It's called DNA. That's how they solve crimes with guns when they don't have the gun in the shooter's hands. And you talk about violent crime and what the ATF is doing, and then you have 2 motherfuckers locked up today that were no threat to the public, never hurt anybody, never did anything that was going to hurt anybody. But hey, what the fuck?
Special agents available to assist local law enforcement in communities across the country. Let's not forget, outside of firearms, ATF special agents are responding to and partnering with federal, state, local, and international law enforcement agencies in crimes involving explosives, bombings, and explosive threats. ATF also is the only U.S. government agency with fire and arson investigation as part of its core mission.
You know,
the specialized training and
investigation is
forensic
part of every
expertise
fire
ATF
department
brings
in
to
the United
partner law
States.
enforcement agencies is invaluable. So, Director Dettelbach, I look forward to hearing how the investments you are requesting in the FY 2024 bill will help to make our communities safer and support our state and local law enforcement in combating gun violence. So once again, welcome, and I look forward to your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Everybody on that jury and all the people.
Mr. Dettelbach, you're recognized for an opening statement. Without objection, your written statement will be entered into the record. I would ask that you try to keep your statement to 5 minutes so we can have additional time for questions. Sir, you're recognized.
Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Cartwright, members.
Hit the button on the microphone, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. This is the motherfucker that's supposed to stop crime. He can't figure out how to turn his microphone on. And now, of course, audio's out on it. You gotta fucking love it. Yeah, Z, I'm gonna probably just have his stuff in the background, and I'll probably freaking kind of bounce in, check on his stuff, and stay over here for the most part. Jesus Christ, would you get to the part where there's fucking sound, you jackasses?
Firearms trafficking, institutional of right with ATF, keeping the firearms violence.
Sir, would you turn your mic on there?
I am so sorry, and I won't start over.
No, of course not.
That's what
I'll
we
let
do at
everybody hear
ATF.
what the fuck
Keeping
you're talking
the
about.
American people safe from
Shit.
violent crime is our top priority. Every day, ATF partners with local, state, tribal, territorial, and federal law enforcement to disrupt, investigate, and refer for prosecution violent criminals.
Why is fucking
ATF
CRS
is
not
a small
popping up
law
in my
enforcement
goddamn
agency
feed?
with a huge mission. We embody the Department of Justice commitment to combating violent crime as a force multiplier with our state and local law enforcement partners. ATF employees bring to that partnership state-of-the-art tools and techniques aimed at protecting communities from firearm crime, while also respecting constitutional rights of individuals to keep and bear arms.
Fuck.
We try to
you,
help catch
lying
bad guys in many
bastard.
different ways, just a couple or a few. For instance, by enforcing the national firearms laws as passed by Congress through an integrated law
Even though they're
enforcement and regulatory
unconstitutional,
strategy
and you know
that
they're
prioritizes
unconstitutional, you're
career
a piece of
criminals,
shit and you still
violent
enforce them.
gangs, criminal organization, and domestic and international firearms trafficking. Second,
Well,
through our
Curly Blonde back
expertise
there
in
ain't
crime
violent.
gun intelligence. For example, we operate the nation's only crime gun tracing facility and generate leads from there and from the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, or
And we keep an
NIBIN,
illegal
to our
database
law
of all
enforcement
firearms.
partners to help them in real time to solve firearm crimes and track the unlawful movement of firearms to those who shouldn't have them. Third, by developing and employing technology
Dude, I
that
don't even
enables
see car
the
stream
increasing
popping up on
ability
my
to
fucking
recover
feed.
touch DNA from
Pissing me
cartridge
off.
casings and crime guns. This is incredibly exciting in the law enforcement
I
community.
keep refreshing my
Fourth,
feed.
by
and
conducting
this shit's not
proactive
popping up.
investigations into emerging threats for people who want to endanger the public by breaking the law, such as the unlawful manufacturing and distribution or sale of privately made firearms. And those privately made devices now increasingly include 3D printed machine gun conversion devices, a very serious law enforcement threat.
Horse
Fifth, by processing the registration and transfer of firearms and items under the National Firearms Act. And sixth, and by no means last, by being the
I'm about
world's
to throw my
foremost
fucking beer,
experts in
and I
explosives
need
and
to
arson
make a
crimes,
statement here.
which help law enforcement everywhere. As a former federal prosecutor for over 2 decades, under administrations of both parties,
See, that's
I know
the problem.
firsthand how important it is to address violent crime using evidence-based solutions. ATF uses the tools and resources Congress provides to do just that.
He spent his entire
Last
career
year,
fucking
Congress gave us some additional tools by passing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That measure helps us to use new means and statutes to combat gun crime. Although ATF is already aggressively working to implement and enforce the BSCA, no additional funds have yet been appropriated for ATF to implement this new law.
Sorry. What'd I do?
We are requesting resources to do that now, and the president's budget reflects ATF's needs in fighting violent crime. I go around the country and try to work with our partners in our offices. I am constantly asked by police chiefs, sheriffs, mayors, community leaders, business leaders from all over the country for more ATF resources. And they're all asking, and unfortunately, the vast majority of them are correct. We are a small agency. That's why I'm here today. ATF's critical role in combating violent crime with our state and local partners is dependent, of course, on Congress providing adequate funding to allow ATF.
Congress should defund you. As a matter of fact, any of your officers that have ever arrested anybody for unconstitutional laws should go to prison themselves. You, sir, should be in prison, not Matt Hoover, not fuck me, I can't remember his name offhand. Yeah, you should be the one in prison, not them. I'm struggling so fucking hard not to say some shit.
ATF to effectively implement the tools we have to support our law enforcement mission. ATF is thankful for the funding that Congress has appropriated this past fiscal year. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. This
No,
year's
we'll
funding has
follow your
allowed us to
100%.
perform our important work and maintain strong relationships with our law enforcement partners so we can continue to support
hey,
them in fighting violent
They're the
crime
government.
every
They
day.
can't do anything wrong.
Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, before I close, I just want to mention that tomorrow is the anniversary of a tragedy for our nation. On April 19th, 1995, probably all remember where we were, Timothy McVeigh parked a rental truck in front of the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Yes.
The truck was
he
actually a
committed an
massive
evil
bomb,
act.
and it brought down a significant portion of the building, killing
With fertilizer
168
and diesel
innocent
fuel.
people, including 19 children. Countless more were injured by that terrorist act, including brave ATF employees who were at our offices in the building that day. And by the way, who got up and spent decades after that working, continuing to
Yeah,
work to
then
fight
there's
violent
Ruby
crime.
Ridge. And then
Tomorrow
there's
morning, I'm going to be
freaking,
present at the memorial ceremonies in Oklahoma City, marking the occasion and paying our respects,
Waco,
as I'm sure we all
and
share, to those
then
whose
there's
lives
all
were
the
lost or
people,
changed
innocent
by
people
that
you
horrible
guys
day in
put in prison
1995.
just because they had something you guys
Chairman
didn't
Rogers,
like,
thank you
but they
very
were no
much for
threat
this
to the public.
invitation. Ranking Member Cartwright.
I will submit to
members
you
of the
that
subcommittee.
ATF agents
I
have
look
killed
forward to
more
answering
innocent
the
people than
questions that you
CRS
have.
firearms
Thank you.
has.
We join you in your tribute to the victims in Oklahoma City. So thank you, Director. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule. I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Director, during the Obama administration, the ATF concluded that pistol brace devices do not turn a pistol into a short barrel rifle. Last year, however,
So Oklahoma City.
this
hold on,
administration reversed this policy. Now,
let's look at something. So Oklahoma City, I'm showing that there were 168 people killed in Oklahoma City. Let's look at something else. Just clicking through a couple links just to see. So Oklahoma City, one guy killed 168 people. It's horrible. In the Branch Davidian standoff, our federal government, including the ATF, killed 76 people, men, women, and children. Ruby Ridge, they killed a woman, killed her son. They walked guns into Mexico. God knows how many people got killed by those. 1 or 2 border agents killed by them. Is our federal government going to answer for any of this? Well, the answer is no, but at least not until not until.
classifying pistols with a stabling brace as a short-barreled rifle. That gizmo
Come
was
out,
invented
PLA.
by
What's up, bro?
a man who wished to help a vet use his pistol, which otherwise he would not be able to. That's where it came from. This,
I'll probably keep an eye on
misguided
him too,
reversal,
Joe, just checking
however,
in and out with him.
will now
I
require
might join him
law-abiding
after I'm done here.
Americans
Who knows?
to register these firearms and pay a tax on them to own them legally. Conventional rifles and pistols are not regulated under
I hate to
the
stop
National
so many times, but I'm
Firearms
gonna
Act,
stop it again.
right?
So I went over to a FFL that's really not far from my place over in Alabama. He said, because he does freaking forms for suppressors and all kinds of shit like that. He said plenty of people are already bringing him their pistol braces and Form 1ing everything for their free tax stamp. Then he turned around and told me, he's looking to sell his business. He's got a guy who's doing some other work, and he's looking to sell his FFL because he didn't want to hang out with the way the ATF is right now. So fuck the ATF. Fuck everybody who funds them. Fuck pretty much everybody sitting around in that building they're sitting around in right now. And again, that might be a Rumble only adventure when I go into what I think should happen. I'm not calling necessarily for violence. I am calling for getting back to our Constitution and the restraints on government that our Constitution says should be there, that all these asshats have torn up for decades and shit on and burnt. And Dettelbach talking about violent criminals when his agency right now just is going to lock up 2 guys who have been zero threat to the public. And his only crime is basically trying to point out the idiocy of the gun laws that we have. It's funny, our government really wants to lock up a lot of dissenters these days. Dude, G23, I'm still thinking about getting mine. I mean, that's, but even that's not a real protection. Look at, if you never heard of Larry Vickers, look up Larry Vickers. I mean, the guy had some beautiful historic, machine guns and stuff. Ended up with cancer, and apparently they didn't, pay the fees for his new FFL, and then all his shit got confiscated. He's no threat to anybody. But he just had these items that our government doesn't like, these items. Because God knows freedom, our government can't have that. I heard today someone talking about, and I got to look it up, someone getting basically prosecuted for memes about Hillary Clinton. They got 2 young kids, man. I want them growing up in a free country. Americans think we're free. No, we just have the prettiest fucking cage. I'm sure my daughter's hamster thinks it's really, really free when you put it in a new cage and you dress the cage up. Hey, here's your wheel. Run on that motherfucker 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. We'll throw you a little food, and we'll give you all the sports you can watch, and just don't open your eyes. Don't wake up. Don't look at the fucking bars. Look over here. And those of us who are actually looking at the bars are getting really, really fucking pissed off. But all the other sheep buying, and they can tell you their favorite fucking sports team stats and can't tell you anything about constitutional rights or what should be restrictions on the government. Yeah, I know, G23, man. And I hope you heal up good, man. Fuck. I'm still trying to get damn back surgery right now, fighting with the insurance company. And then watching shit like this go down. There's been more. Look at that Navy guy who got prosecuted not too long back. He had parts for guns that he bought legally, that he was selling legally. He had deactivated RPG that was legal. And what does the government do? They tell them, well, hold on, these parts weren't cut up right, so those are technically machine guns because they are too readily restorable. We're going to fix your rocket launcher for you, put our own trigger group in it and all that. We're going to make it work, and then we're going to charge you with having it and having rockets and shit, even though you've never been a threat to anybody. You've been a damn, honorable service member. Fuck, man. I can't. I'm gonna let this play before I fucking snap. And this might make me snap.
Congress makes the rules and determines which items are subject to regulation under the NFA, and ATF implements and enforces what Congress says. Short-barreled rifles
Too many
have
choices.
since
You ain't wrong here.
1934 been deemed, and I think the words of Congress were unusually dangerous under the National Firearms Act, and are not banned. And the rule does not ban anything. But you are correct; it subjects items under the National Firearms Act to additional regulations as Congress has determined.
And by the ATF's own estimation, a pistol with an attached stabilizing brace is both less destructive than a rifle and less concealable than a pistol. Yet the ATF is determined to make all owners of such firearms register them. How is this not a blatant attack on Americans' Second Amendment rights?
Let me repeat that it is Congress that makes the laws and ATF that is charged with implementing them. And we do believe, and the first court to rule on this matter, it's in litigation, has ruled that ATF acted within the statute, as the language of the statute in writing this rule. Now, we do want to influence public safety, right, at ATF. That is what I said our goal is. That is our goal, Mr. Chairman. And these items, as you said, short-barreled rifles, as Congress has said, are unusually dangerous. Now, defining what is a short-barreled rifle was going on for about a 10-year period, and I think you referred to that as people would present items to ATF. Now, a couple things were going on. First, the nature of the items that were being manufactured in our private marketplace were changing. So the initial item presented to ATF bears little resemblance to many of the items that are covered by the rule. And individuals, we put forward factoring criteria in the rule.
Don't worry, GT3.
People are making
$5 a month for the rest of
that
your
are
life.
meant to
They
be
can't
held
do
with
anything about it.
braced on the forearm and held with one arm and not shouldered, right? The rule, by the application of the factoring criteria, should find that those are not
I love how he tries to
those are
make
not
this
covered
sound
as
logical,
short-barreled
and if you know
rifles.
anything about
Many of
power,
the items that were
like
being
he's shaking your
manufactured
head right now.
were made to be shouldered. And we set forward criteria that subjected those items to the same rules as a
don't.
short-barreled rifle would be if it was sold in one piece. So the idea is we are implementing the statute as passed by Congress. Now, I will also, it's important to make this statement, Mr. Chairman. I think the ATF was inconsistent in many of its rulings up in that period as things were changing. And there are parts of these opinions that talk about various things. I don't think there's no opinion that just said blatantly every stabilizing brace is okay. But ATF said that in our rulemaking, and we're attempting to correct that inconsistency to provide clarity as to the
What you're
features
doing
on a
is turning
weapon
millions of
that will
people
cause it
into
to be
fucking
a short-barreled
felons because
rifle.
you're an anti-gun prick.
Well, if a person with a disability, such as a disabled veteran, if that person needs a brace to stabilize their firearm against their shoulder to be usable, will ATF make an exception so that the person don't have to register that firearm with the government and pay $200 in order to exercise their Second Amendment?
This motherfucker right here, this motherfucker who is supposed to have congressional oversight of this fucking cocksucker sitting at the table, should have told him right there, it's not your motherfucking job to write laws. It's our job. And if our laws don't cover it, you don't get to go fucking run around and make the shit up as you go. They should have told you when you were 4 years old, you color inside the motherfucking lines. No, too many choices. They didn't scrap the factoring criteria. They scrapped that one grade sheet that they had, and then they wrote all the shit from that grade sheet into the fucking ruling. They didn't scrap anything. They just put it in one place, moved it back over to another place, and said, look, all's good. Laws are written. Laws are written out in paragraphs and forms. The words they use to write these laws are what should matter. If the law says you can't own a pink car, okay. If I own a blue car, you shouldn't be able to then come to me years later and say, well, blue is a little too close to pink, so therefore your car's illegal and we're putting you in jail. The fucking mind-blowing stupidity of the cocksuckers who actually fucking support this douchebag, it's fucking mind-boggling to me. They have no rational thinking skills whatsoever. And every one of these cocksuckers who supports this supports people with guns coming to your home because you have something they don't like and shooting you in the fucking face.
Rights.
Well, with respect to those items that are in the community and have been, we have made an exception, which is we have said that we have waived the entire payment of fees for items that were in the community that people owned
You don't have
prior to the
pay us, you're
implementation of the
black man.
rule. And the reason for that was in part
You just have to
that there was some
submit fingerprints in your
inconsistencies.
picture
It
that
didn't
way.
seem
We know where
fair
everything's at.
to do that.
And we'll come for your shit
With
later.
respect to things going
Fuck
forward, new
off.
items that are
Goddamn
in
piece of shit.
commerce, the rule will be applied to the item. We have a
really should have headed to
classification
the house
function. We will
tonight.
look at the items. The experts at ATF will look at them and apply that rule, which comes from the statute, in order to make a determination as to whether the item is a short-barreled rifle. Mr. Chairman, Congress was correct in determining that short-barreled rifles are unusually dangerous. I mean, this isn't something
Congress
that just lives in the
never
30s with.
Determined that short-barreled rifles were unusually dangerous, you fucking dickhead. I've read the goddamn hearings from there, and these things were just fucking slipped in there, and then pistols were taken out because the fucking NRA had their little whiny bitch about it. And see, this original 1934 NFA wanted to register all firearms. They handguns and machine guns. They weren't even worried about long guns. But then they said, well, hey, NRA did their little crying bitch fit. They didn't tell the government where they could get fucked and they shouldn't be doing anything. Yeah, the cocksucker with the NRA who was pushing some basically nationwide gun laws just like they have in New York. It's a fucking shit show. And I've read through all that shit and I've goddamn studied it. And Dettelbach's a fucking lying sack of shit.
the St. Valentine's Day Massacre.
But you
The
have
shooting at
uninformed
Covenant
people
School
who eat this shit
in
up.
Nashville, Tennessee, was accomplished with something that I believe, when it's fully examined, will be a short-barreled rifle. The Dayton mass shooting, the mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado, Club Q. So Congress was correct to make that determination, and it is our job to try and take what Congress did and make sure that we're using it to protect the American people.
This has
How much,
jack shit to do about protecting the
Do
American people.
you anticipate it'll cost the agency in fiscal 23 to process applications and tax payments on these firearms?
I do not have a specific number. I can get back to you with a number as to what we anticipate. It depends on the number of applications that are filed.
Too many choices. We'll catch
In
you
order
in a bit, brother,
to
man.
implement the National Firearms Act, though, it is difficult to separate it. So for instance, if we do a search warrant, Mr. Chairman, and this is, I'm going to anonymize it, but this is typical. We do a search warrant on a drug organization, a gang, and Latin Kings, what have you. We go into the garage, we find, whatever, a kilo of coke, a bunch of handguns, and several.
Like how he acts like he's the one
short-barreled
kicking in
rifles.
doors and shit.
It's hard to break up that search warrant. It's one enforcement activity. But with respect to the specific questions that you asked, we have surged resources to try and make sure we're processing these applications safely. One of the things we are doing is trying to do that
so I don't have to answer.
separate from our normal NFA processing functions, because I think, as you know, as many members have said, we have a backlog of those. We want to process these applications and still try to decrease the turnaround times for the other NFA items.
Well, get us the number
Mr. Chairman.
and don't fudge it
Fuck
up.
this dude.
Just be
Fuck everybody who's
factual.
working. Fuck every goddamn ATF officer who actually goes
Thank you,
out.
Mr. Chairman. Director Dettelbach, as I mentioned in my opening statement, there is talk of cuts to agencies in FY24. There has been even more direct talk about ATF as part of that calculation.
Yeah.
A 22% cut below your FY 2023
Hold on.
budget. If you subtract out one-time construction.
Let's talk about this real fast, kids. When they talk about a cut, what they're talking about is him not getting a 50% increase. He's only going to get a 25% increase. So then they say, well, we're cutting funding for 20-something%. No, you're not. He's going to get more money than he did last year to fucking stomp on people's constitutional rights and to put fucking people in jail that are no threat to society while they let Glock switches run around like they're fucking free in places like Detroit and Atlanta. Then they lump all these. I'm trying real fucking hard here.
Construction costs, that'd take you to 1.3 billion, which is roughly the same level of funding ATF received in fiscal year 2018. Since 2018, the number of mass shootings has almost doubled from 338 to 647 in 2022. The number of children and teens injured or killed by firearms has grown 42% since 2018. Our state and local police are more overwhelmed than ever. And the proposal to reduce funding for the federal agency that these agencies rely on to help them bring criminals to justice seems misguided. Director Dettelbach, what are some of your biggest concerns as they relate to these proposed cuts to your agency when clearly the workload has increased?
As I said in my statement, Congressman, the ATF is a small agency with a very large mission. It's not just over the past 5 years, over the past several decades. ATF has not significantly grown as firearms violence and violent crime in our country has grown. And we have not grown to match other federal law enforcement agencies who have grown significantly during that period. And so what that means is when we cut,
What that means is other federal agencies have well outgrown what they should be, and they need to be fucking completely disbanded. And We just want more taxpayer money so we can go fuck over more people who are no threat to society. We want to go out there and be able to shut down more FFLs for paperwork violations. We want to enforce Joe Biden's anti-gun policies because I'm an anti-gun prick and I just want to be out there just doing the fucking deed. Fucking cocksucker, man. Just grab him right by the back of the head and just slam his. La 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 la.
We cut into bone. The vast majority of ATF's operations are on the criminal enforcement side. It's 75% of the requests that we submitted under the administration. And even the 25% includes things like the lab that processed the DNA request that the sheriff in Tulare County, California, used to catch the Goshen killer who put 5 bullets in a 10-month-old baby's head. So if these cuts are enacted, it.
I'll tell you what, guys. Let me see whether their stream will actually pop up when I search for it. Okay, it finally pops up. So I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to pause this and I'm going to bounce over into CRS's stream and everything, and we'll try to get some shit squared where we can help CRS out, and then I'll bounce back over here. I don't give a shit whether anybody's here. I'm going to be watching this shit anyway. So I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I love it that you guys show up and chat. You guys are like fucking therapy. Not to mention the fact you bring up a bunch of really good points that I miss sometimes. So I'm going to pause this right here. Let's bounce over with Crumpy and everybody. I might just leave this kind of up in the background so people will hear me fucking wanting to scream and shit. But let's all bounce over there, man. Let's get over there and see if we can help CRS and everybody out. Because this shit's fucking. So if you keep this up in the background, I'll still be streaming, but I'm going to be watching CRS. So that's where we're at. Why do I need to edit? I can't believe it. It wouldn't let me send a message on the channel. It wouldn't let me send a message saying disband the ATF. And I said something about anyone enforcing unconstitutional laws deserves to go to prison. I had to delete the anyone who enforces unconstitutional laws should go to prison. I'd delete that before I could send my message. What the fuck? I'm glad people are donating like hell, man. Hopefully anybody who's in here, still in here right now, is watching CRS's channel. Matter of fact, yeah, dude, I'm fucking pissed at this verdict. Problem is, what can good men do at this point unless thousands of us get together to go fix the problem? I mean, thousands of us at one time. What can good men do? This is why I'm not saying this shit on their channel. Yeah, the problem is while this is a marathon and not a sprint, CRS is locked the fuck up and away from his family. Now we're going to be there to help. I'll do anything I can to help. Yeah, dude, didn't you get fooled? Dude, these guys are fucking. If you're not watching, if you're in here right now, you're not watching CRS's channel, or you're on Rumble, and you're not watching CRS's stuff. Crump, Dark, Flying Rich are helping her hold the string to raise money for Matt right now. These are seriously good dudes, man. I know this is a screwed up way to do a stream, but I'm gonna get back and watch the rest of my stuff here in a little bit. And I damn sure wouldn't want to say a lot of what I got to say on their channel. While she's back there taking care of kids while her husband's getting thrown in prison. I'm glad everybody's hitting them up so hard. I gotta find a comment real fast. Shit, what's this Magnus? Let me where's fucking man. We still don't have to go through here and find it. No, we ain't forgetting about Justin, man. All right, Ron, man, take it easy, brother. I'm sorry, I just saw your chat. Yeah, I'm hanging out over at CRS's right now. I'm gonna get rolling on this again in a little bit. Damn, it's cool to see so many people helping out. The only thing that sucks is damn YouTube's going to get a cut of the money. The judge over this case, over Matt's case, if he was a just person, anyway, if that judge was just, he would basically give Matt first offender and send him home. Year probation, deuces. Yeah, that's that's why I didn't want to like try to simulcast this or anything, because I don't want anything I say fucking going against Matt. Everybody, a lot of people are giving away free memberships on the CRS channel and shit. A lot of people gifting. It's really cool to see. I wish all these people would have been sending money to Gibson Go earlier, which I know some of them were. I don't take that far. I miss with my dad. Dude, it kills me seeing the kids back there. You, what's up, brother? Yeah, you man, I actually paused what I'm doing and I'm over in CRS's chat right now. Dude, if you haven't heard, CRS was a jury convicted him today of like 4 out of 8 charges or some shit. So everybody's over in CRS's chat helping them out. Um, that's where I'm actually at. I stopped what I was doing. I'm hanging out over there. Now I'm going to kick this off in a little while when I'm even more pissed off than I am right now. So that's why you don't see me paying attention to what I'm doing, or you hear me mumbling shit in the background. Yeah, dude just said, yeah, his attorney advised him not to give his actual opinion on this matter. Yeah, well, too late for me. Well, I haven't given my complete opinion on this matter. I have given a little bit of my opinion on this matter. Shoot, my face looks fucked up when I like poke my cigarette in my mouth. Dude, there's a. I know this stream's gonna look weird. Maybe I should have paused and shit, but I didn't know how long they were gonna go. So, in fact, let me throw. Why the fuck is? Let me do this. I'm gonna throw. This link back in my stuff. So if anybody's bounced around, you saw this and you wonder why I'm just sitting here weird and I'm looking at shit. It's because I'm watching CRS's stream. So then I'm gonna pick mine up here in a little bit. There's some more people gifting memberships and shit. Looks like ADX gave some more memberships. Good deal. I'm gonna post another one. Let me see. I wonder if I can. I'm gonna try to do something real quick. Off. Damn it. I wonder. How? What can I do this? I'm trying to do something. Oh shit! I know how I can do it. I'm a dumbass. I'm just gonna have to do it a little bit different than what I was thinking. I'll see. Okay. Crump and everybody, I think, said they were going to bounce in just a minute. So might get rolling back. I'm going to send something to Dark on IG. Make sure this is him. Okay. So anyway, I sent that to Dark. Maybe you'll see it. Maybe you won't. Either way. Um, hell, I might put it in a short. Just man. I don't. I don't. Let me see. Da, da, da. Oh, shit. Declaration of Independence. Uh, I'm gonna have to do that later. It's not letting me do what I wanna do. Dude, there's a lot of courts to go through before it goes to the Supreme Court. That's fucking decades. Shit, dude. Matt would, people are talking about going to the Supreme Court. Matt would more than likely be out of jail by the time this shit made it to the Supreme Court. The other cat, not so much. As if my fat ass needs chocolate. I don't see how Eric is keeping it together right now.
You think you go to bed?
Yeah, well, you do that.
We'll be down at banana. Got on the couch. He said diarrhea this evening.
Yeah, they're fixing to get done over there, so I'm gonna crank this one back up in a second. No, Mike, we weren't frozen. I was muted and still doing some stuff on CRS's stream, so I'm fixing to mute that one and get back rolling over here. Blink, 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 blink. Hi. I'm working some stuff. There we go. Just save some stuff. So it was my phone. Yeah, I'm fixing to get back rolling here, guys. I'm going through. I'm kind of killing some other tabs that I had. And then they're getting ready to end stuff on CRS's chat. So that's it. Yeah, I say that. Fuck it, I'm gonna kill it. All right, I'm gonna keep theirs running, but I'm gonna mute it and get back running over here. Man, it's fucking heartbreaking seeing her with those kids and knowing what they're going through because of fuck nuts like that bastard on the screen right here. Jason, what's up, brother? Half lit, been drinking all night? Hell yeah. That's probably the best way to watch what we're fixing to watch. I'm trying to get there. I haven't got there yet. I'm trying. Jason, let me check my email while you're in the chat to make sure. YouTube, Instagram, YouTube. Okay, yeah, I got you, Jason. I got your email, or I got your address now. All right, cool. So I'll try to shoot that out tomorrow. See, I got another cat's address I was missing. Good deal. I said I mailed out a few people today. I'll be fucking screwy like Mike. I mailed out yours today. I don't know what I did with the receipt, so I'm gonna have to find it. Either way, you should have your shit by Monday. Or did I mail yours out today? Pretty sure I mailed yours out today. If yours was one of the ones I mailed out today, you should have it Monday. So hopefully I can get the other guys all mailed out. I had to go get boxes and a bunch of shit today. It was a fucking in between work, mailing, kids, MRI, other shit rolling around. I've been fucking running. Which one, Mike? Your email was your address? Because yeah, I got your address. I had your address, so I'm pretty sure I got you squared away today. Here, you want me to give it out to everybody online? Dude, freaking here's a little kind of a funny rant. I ordered 3 sets of sights. I showed them on a video earlier today. A set of Ameriglows, I can't remember the other one, and a set of SX Big Dots. All suppressor height sights. I want to check them all out. SX Big Dots. The package for the sights is like this, about this thick. I mean, it's Glock sights with a tool and a tube of red Loctite in it. Not a very big package. Their fucking box. I could have sent out some of my plasma cuts in that box. I thought it was something else. I was like, gee, what could have come in this big ass box? And it's like, damn, it's kind of light. What the fuck? Open it up. Yeah. 1 set of Glock sights in a box. I could have mailed my boots in. Snoring Coop, what's up, my brother? So we're gonna hit this back up. We're gonna get back into this ATF hearing, their budget hearing. Fuck me running. I seriously just need to just walk over to that brick column, grab myself by the back of the head, and just continually slam my head into it until I forget that the ATF exists. That would probably make my mood better. Or better yet, I'll go downtown, I'll find me the biggest crackhead I can find. I'll give him about 4 crack rocks, let him smoke all those. I'll hold 10 crack rocks in reserve that he has to beat me to death to get to, and have him slam my head into that column until I forget about the ATF. That sounds like a plan. Don't take those as words to live by, kids. My sense of humor is a very, very strange place. All right, shit, let's fire this back off.
Would hurt public safety. It would hurt agent safety. We would have to pull officers from task forces with our local partners. We would not be able to investigate significant resources that are required in firearms trafficking offenses. Gang investigations would suffer. Processing times under the NFA would suffer. We'd take longer to turn around the traces that our state and local partners need and depend on when homicide investigators are out there working on a case in cities and counties around the country. So, and more, it would be a very significant effect on our core operations, our core law enforcement function, and it would hurt our state and local partners.
When you talk about state and local partners, you're talking about ATF providing expert services and investigative insight to
ATF
state police forces, to city police forces, to local municipality police forces. Is that correct?
That and more, boots on the ground, working with them on cases, going through doors with them.
The ATF couldn't give expert services at a whorehouse if they had to run that motherfucker by hand. They might be pretty good if they had to run it by mouth.
Executing search warrants with them and providing that crime gun intelligence to them that helps them to identify trigger pullers. Now, most data out there show that there's this many people who commit crimes in this country, right? There's a far smaller group of shooters and trigger pullers. And we now have the...
Is it just me? You guys watch the chick back here in the pink jacket. Watch the look on her face as she watches him. That looks like she could fuck him up.
Data to share with our local law enforcement partners to identify the trigger pullers better than ever before.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Get them off the streets and behind bars where they belong.
Because tell me
trigger
I'm wrong.
pullers
the look on her face.
Pull the trigger more than once. Most data shows they repeat in terrorizing our community. So the ability to tell a local police department who those most dangerous people are and to work with them on the case together is what would be impacted.
Well, now, Director Dettelbach, you were a U.S. attorney. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
you're all about catching bad guys, aren't you?
I was an assistant U.S.
He's
attorney
all about
too, and I'm
trampling on
sometimes more.
people's rights.
I want to tell people that too. I actually worked for a living. So for many years, I'm kidding, but yes, of course, we worked on violent crime task forces all over my district to try and catch dangerous folks.
A cut of 22% to ATF. What immediate actions would you be forced to take if you had to suffer that kind
I
of
would
cut?
prefer a cut of 110%.
As I said, it would impact almost immediately our ability to work with state and local law enforcement on gang cases, on violent crime cases.
And
Over
bad
25
guys would get away, isn't that right?
Kurt, what's up, brother?
They would get away, and you know, if they get away, they.
Let's set the record straight here, kids. If the ATF didn't exist, if I could snap my fingers and the ATF didn't exist tomorrow, no bad guys would get away because the ATF didn't exist. None. Not a one. None. Because that motherfucker didn't have a job. No criminals would get away. As a matter of fact, I submit to the class that motherfucker right there needs to be going to jail instead of going in front of Congress to lobby for more of our tax dollars to lock people up that are a threat to the public. That's what needs to happen. He is another one of these people that I talk about quite a bit. Excuse me. Carbonation. He's another one of these people that is an absolute statist and has never been given power that he didn't like. There was another statement I was going to make there, but I can't make that statement because how dare I talk bad about the government? Or the fact that this dude really just needs to if you could fill a mechanical bowl with tannerite and you could strap him on top of said bowl and you could make said bowl launch him into outer space, would not hurt my feelings. Just saying. Take that as you will.
Unfortunately, act and hurt people again.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Mr. Director, I failed to thank you for your comments regarding the terrible shootings in Louisville and the other places. So thank you for those words. Judge Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. Glad to have you here. I got involved with suppressors when a father came to me and said, I've got an autistic child, and I want him to go deer hunting with me. But the noise from the rifle, he can't stand it. And so I've started trying to get a suppressor. And the government is interfering with me being able to get a suppressor by delaying their side of processing suppressors. Getting involved with that, I want to tell you that in 2013, ATF launched an electronic program for firearm owners to purchase suppressors and other firearm accessories. However, this system was taken down in April of 2014 due to technical issues. The previous ATF director promised it would be back online in a short period of time and processing would be reduced to 100 days. However, the e-form system was not
why do you guys have to just sit there and read off
December of
why
2021.
Can you not just talk?
And has done little to streamline the process
actually come
of
off
purchasing
as
suppressors
genuine.
and other firearms accessories. I'd like these questions
Guys
to
are
be answered.
fucking
Why
joke.
did it take 7 years
What's
for
up,
ATF to
John Crump?
relaunch the new e-form system? The committee has provided you with ample funding over the years. Why is the e-form system still experiencing issues? How has the funding been used to update the system? And finally, according to ATF website, it takes an average of 270 days, or about 9 months, for processing applications. The initial promise for processing applications was supposed to be 100 days. Why are the applications taking so long? And I want all those questions answered.
Yeah, so I don't know that I can answer all of them today. I can follow up, but I'll tell you what I can answer today, of course. So Congressman, as you said, the system, the electronic processing system is.
Okay. If any of us were sitting in this hearing and we had an issue like that, would any of us have to read off of a piece of paper? Or would we just be like, look, dickhead, here's the issue that I'm having. I've been trying to get a suppressor forever. I'm trying to get my child who has some issues and can't be around loud noises. I'm trying to get a suppressor so that, he's not exposed to those loud noises and he can come with me hunting. And you and your fucking organization are taking so goddamn long for this. I'm afraid I'm going to be in a goddamn grave before we can get this fucking shit settled. Any answer as to why this shit takes so fucking long? None of us would have to read off of a statement to address these issues. But you see these dickheads in Congress who their staffers write these statements for them. And they sit there and they read these statements that their staffers wrote. Da, 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 da. I would rather watch Rich read super chats for the rest of my life than watch these motherfuckers. Fucking sorry. I had to fuck with Rich. But seriously, they're just sitting there reading. You watch them all the time in Congress. You watch them all the time in these hearings, reading their little prepared statement. And then this dickhead won't answer a question. Why didn't he just stop and like, no, motherfucker. Look here. This is the way this is going to go. I'm going to answer or ask a question. You're going to answer my question. If you can't provide me with said answer, I'm not going to give you jack shit for funding. How about that, motherfucker? That may be the reason I will never be in Congress. I seriously still need to do the video. And I've thought about it, and I want to do it completely just straight off the hip. Do the video of Coop's pitch for Coop for Congress. The bills that I would put through my position. One of my recent positions is we need to make tar and feathers cool again. One of my very simple positions is if someone proposes an unconstitutional law, if said law is passed, and then it is found unconstitutional. Well, anybody who suffered under their unconstitutional law, they get to do said suffering, just like people did. So you take Matt and, John, who are going to prison, hopefully not for long, hopefully. If this fucking judge wasn't a liberal bastard, he would look at both of them and go, okay, let me see. You've never committed a crime. You've never committed a crime. Family man, good dude, yada, yada. Okay. First offender. Don't fuck up. You're probation. Go home. Fire Otter, what's up, brother, man? I didn't see you slip in. I was too busy bitching. All right, let me play some more of this shit while this cocksucker tries to justify his fucking existence when he really doesn't rate high enough on the evolutionary scale to do anything other than say, you want fries with that? This dude could probably fuck up a fry order.
Back up and running. I would agree with you that the processing times are too long. We have recently surged resources to try and get more people working on those. We're dealing with two issues that are related at once, which is one where there's still a backlog of those paper applications. And at the same time, you have the electronic system. I think actually the number I checked before I came over, I think the most recent number is a little less than you said, but it's still too long. I think it's a month shorter. We're going to continue to work to drive those numbers down. It is a legitimate question and concern.
I have to.
It is not our intent to interfere.
I have to address this comment by my man Mike McLean. How can you not stand the ever-pleasant voice of our resident leftist sunflowers? Back to our regularly scheduled program.
Here with or to in any way delay. It's just taking too long to process these applications, and I commit to you that we will work on it. As to what happened during that period where the system was down, I've been at ATF now for 8 months or so. I do not know what happened back then. I can check into it, obviously, for you.
Get that information. I would like to have that.
Of course.
And you know, this is not James Bond. These are American citizens who have hearing issues. My roommate is a hunter, our college roommate, and now he's deaf as a post because of shooting deer with a rifle. It helps people with their hearing. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing to have a suppressor on a rifle. And anybody that thinks it is mistaken. So I would appreciate very much if you would give me the information I asked for in detail.
Of course. And, you know, obviously our authority begins with Congress, right? So Congress identified, not ATF, it was Congress that identified in the National Firearms Act suppressors as being subject to these increased regulatory scheme, but the processing times
But not delaying them till it becomes so onerous that the person says, I give up. I'll shoot without.
Okay. Back to this whole suppressor argument. Suppressors were mentioned about 3 seconds from what I can see in the hearings for the 34 NFA. And they were just added in. There was no serious debate. There was no, hey, these are the experts. It was just suppressor, quiet, maybe bad guy, poof. Okay, wait a minute. The very fact that suppressors are on the NFA in the first place is absolutely insane. Of course, the very fact that the 34 NFA even passed Congress is insane. But it shows you there have always been dumb statist cocksuckers in Congress that will pass laws that were requested by dumb stated cocksuckers in the Justice Department. And these fuckers who sit in Congress, who are supposed to be overseeing this agency, well, they just let this shit stand. And juries who convict over this stuff fucking amaze me, because the juries should pretty much be like, machine gun, okay, yeah, no, wait a second, no one was hurt? Okay. Wait a second, they couldn't even get one to work. Okay. None was ever used in a crime? Okay. Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. But he did this. Not guilty. No one was hurt. There is no victim. Not guilty. But this is the law. But you can fuck off. But no, juries convict. There is much fucking sheep as a lot of law enforcement officers. I'm going to arrest you because they said this is a crime. Even though you can look at the Constitution, they can read the Constitution, they can see this shit's unconstitutional, and they're still going to arrest somebody and still throw somebody in cuffs for it, still throw someone in jail for it, still charge them for it, knowing that it's unconstitutional. Even though in their vows, whatever you want to call them, they say that they are there to protect the Constitution of their state and the Constitution of the federal government. They don't give a fuck. Yavul, Captain Sir. Yeah, I'll load them on the train. Just following orders. That's what this is. Just smaller scale. Don't worry, they'll get to everybody else later. Just following orders. It's the law, right? Congress voted on it. Courts have upheld it. Courts upheld slavery. You don't see anybody fucking partying over that goddamn shit these days, do you? But no.
That would not be proper. I agree with that. That is not our intent, and we need to get those processing times.
Thank you.
I know that feeling, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at your requests for budget increases, some of them to parts of your budget over 10%, 12% increase in your salaries. I want to talk about overreach and mismanagement within your agency, both regarding the collection of information and the seizure of firearms. First, I want to talk about last year's IG report, audit of the Bureau of ATF, explosive firearm disposal practice, and how your agency lost thousands of guns and gun parts in your possession. As the report notes, since September 2015, the ATF has utilized the National Disposal Branch, formerly the National Firearms and Ammunition Destruction Branch, to centralize and streamline the disposal process of forfeited and ATF-owned firearms. Each year, the ATF destroys thousands of firearms at the NDB. But the IG undertook the audit following the discovery that thousands of firearms, firearm parts, and ammunition had been stolen from the NFAD from 2016 to 2019. The theft, perpetrated by a former contract security guard stationed at your ATF facility in Martinsburg, West Virginia, were found by accident during a traffic stop. And the report stated further.
Did the ATF report these lost or stolen guns within 24 hours after they noticed them? No. Did they call law enforcement and say, hey, we need to find this shit? No. The government will do everything that they will put you in jail for. The government will do it. And then they just go, oh, okay. Can't touch us. We're the government. We're the ones with the majority of the guns. We're the ones with the law behind us.
Further, that the ATF has implemented new control procedures to reduce the risk, but the ATF has not implemented all improvements to NDB operations recommended over 3 years ago. Director, what type of security procedures are required by private gun dealers? And what would happen if a private dealer stored guns on top of vaults instead of inside them, or left keys lying around, maybe even propped exterior doors open, or left a wide array of guns available for just anyone to grab, as this was done at your Martinsburg facility?
With respect to what happened at Martinsburg, from what I understand from reviewing the reports and talking to individuals, as you say, there was a criminal activity that we were victimized by at ATF, and out of that came increased security and controls we have, which we do have and are working to.
Did you hear what that motherfucker just said? There was a criminal activity that we were victimized by. Meanwhile, if you did the same shit, they want to throw your ass in fucking prison for it. Is anybody else letting that sink in? Has it penetrated anybody's brain pan yet? We were victimized by criminal activity. Fuck these people, man. Fuck every one of them. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them.
To make sure that
3 years later,
it obviously, you're correct. There was a vulnerability. The vulnerability was addressed. I think we all would wish the vulnerability would be addressed beforehand. With respect to your question about people in the firearms industry, gun dealers. So we work together with the NSSF in partnership to try to make sure we're doing our best to support and educate firearms dealers on having secure stores, the things that they can do. ATF responds to every single burglary or robbery of a firearms dealer in the United States.
Well, they're required to notify you within 48 hours, right?
And hopefully it's quicker and we go that night, because those are serious
you waited
crimes.
3 years.
There is a range among firearms dealers in terms of how much security they implement.
Well, I'm glad you think it was serious, what happened at your Martinsburg facility. Now, you've implemented, or you're attempting to implement, a new zero tolerance policy. Would you deem this a willful violation that greatly affects public safety and ATF's ability to trace firearms recovered in violent crimes, for which a revocation of the FFL's license would be the end result of such a violation? If they,
Not sure what.
if we saw the same thing that happened at your Martinsburg facility happen with an FFL under your zero tolerance policy, wouldn't you move against their license immediately?
There are 5 specific violations that are set forth as triggering the enhanced enforcement initiative. I don't think any of them relates to the storage of firearms. I suppose if somebody's willfully doing that, but the key word that Congress has told us is we can only revoke, have the power to revoke if somebody's engaging in a willful violation.
So if you don't put a period at the end of the sentence, you don't cross a T, you don't dot an I, or you abbreviate a state, that's a willful violation according to that motherfucker right there. And are the 2 dipshits over his fucking left shoulder like trading notes between each other? And the bitch over his right shoulder still mean mugging the shit out of him. If she's not giving him all slap the piss out of you look, I don't know what that look is. I can't blame her if that's the actual look. Moving on.
So it's things like we contact you for a trace and you say, no, I'm not going to respond. You supply a firearm to a prohibited person. You fail to run a required background check. There's 2 more. But even those have to be done willfully, and we have due process. So we have a hearing. We've put out numbers on this, Congressman, and about half the people who proceeded to their hearing, actually, there was no revocation.
Sleepwalking, Kurt.
So we were very careful to try to evaluate the evidence impartially to determine who is willfully violating the law.
Well, all right, let's move on. I think we should apply the same zero tolerance policy and give you all due process the same way you're moving against FFLs.
Due process.
As you know, FFLs have to give all of their firearm transactions records to ATF once they go out of business in an oversight database. And prior to President Biden taking office, FFLs were allowed to destroy these records after 20 years, but a new rule mandates that they be kept in perpetuity now.
What's up, bro?
And this is a concern that ATF is taking a backdoor approach to creating a federal firearms registry, despite intent to the contrary. So I think that we have a problem with that, especially since you can't determine the number of prosecutions resulting from completed crime gun trace requests. We learned this in a letter that you responded to yesterday that was over a year old. So I would urge you to be swifter in your responses to this committee and
over a year
actually
old response.
Consider the impact of
Now
your
the gentleman
actions.
has expired, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you. Director. Earlier this year on January 31st, the Federal Register.
Turn your microphone on, you fucking numbnuts.
So how much,
At least let the people hear how stupid you are.
We redefined the definition of pistol with the brace to become a short-barreled rifle. And in my opinion, that exceeds the authority of ATF. That was not Congress's intent. How much did ATF spend in crafting and publishing?
I don't have a specific figure that I can tell you how much ATF expended. I do know that there were over 200,000 comments that people from the public submitted. in that rule, and that as we are required to do under the Administrative Procedures Act, we examined all of those comments and actually took them into account in what the actual final rule would look like.
And, and yet, when ATF originally made the rule in 2012, they said that pistol braces did not convert a pistol into a short-barreled rifle. Then they changed that in 2015, right back to, no, you can't do this. And then in 2017, they said, oh, yes, you can. And now we're back to 2023. And now we're in 2023, and we're back to a pistol brace making a pistol into a short-barreled rifle. So very conflicting. A lot of time, I think, spent by ATF going back and forth, trying to figure out what I think they should not have been doing in the first place. And that is reclassifying a pistol as a short-barreled rifle, a pistol with a brace as a short-barreled rifle.
Can you not just
now,
tell
in this new
Delphi
rule,
that
you say
are
that
overstepping your authority? Congress didn't give
people
you
who
the
have a
authority,
pistol with a brace
and you need
have
to
120
step the
days
fuck off.
in order 120 days to register them with the ATF. How can ATF justify that time frame? I mean, the Street Sweeper USAS 12 Striker 12 shotgun was reclassified as a DD about 30 years ago. So this is a similar situation. And that time frame was over 7 years. So, and you've got potentially 10 million to 40 million people that have pistols with braces. How can you say 120 days is sufficient time?
You mentioned that there were prior ATF rules, and I just want to say, Congressman, this is the first time on this topic that ATF has engaged in APA notice and comment rulemaking.
Yeah.
People brought specific items
Fair enough.
to
They used a
ATF to
letter.
classify.
It was a letter back in 2012,
it
and then a letter in 15, a letter in 2017. This is the actual first official rule. You are correct.
But what was happening during that period, which I agree to you, there were inconsistencies. And that was one of the reasons for the rule, is to try to clarify among those inconsistencies, because the products were changing, right, over time. And also, you're right, there were inconsistencies. So with respect to the time frame.
Right, the 120 days.
Yeah, so as you know, because I saw you there, right, the day after the rule was issued, I went to Las Vegas and met with at the SHOT Show with the NSSF, with individual gun owners, had a town hall. We launched a very significant education effort and campaign where thousands of FFLs have had the opportunity to learn about the rule.
I actually have
we are trying to get the word out
somewhere.
And when
So
for
do
us,
you or do you not think 120 days is a sufficient time?
I believe that if there are individuals out there who have these products, that they can begin the process. So in other words, if we're very clear, if you file an application, you're fine until we look at the application. So you think then 120
days is sufficient?
In other words, if you pay us our blackmail money and you get the process started, then we won't come kick in your door, shoot your dog, maybe shoot your wife, your kid, maybe kill you. Kron, this is beyond just an abusive spouse. Way beyond. This is a motherfucker who stands at your door every other day and says, you are going to pay me money or I am going to murder you. This is way past the bully in the schoolyard taking your milk money shit. Don't do something I like, and we will show up at your house with multiple guns, kick your door in, drag you out of fucking bed, and throw you in goddamn prison because we don't like something that you did, even though it wasn't a threat to anybody, didn't hurt anybody. Well, someone else might have done something with that item. Okay. I don't see you banning cars And gangbangers use cars all the time for drive-bys. Bank robbers use them to rob banks. Matter of fact, there are plenty of people who use them to crash in the front side of stores to steal out of the stores items and ATMs. Don't see anybody banning those. Guy runs his SUV through a crowd of people in a parade, kills 5 people, wounds a bunch of others. I don't see you banning SUVs. Oh, but there are licenses for driving. Okay. There's no background check for a license. There's no 30-day waiting period. You can go get a license anytime. And driving is, well, I'll say this. Driving is not, explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. Traveling is. So I don't really agree on driver's license. But what if we didn't have them and there were all these wrecks? Society would have adjusted by now. Even without driver's license, if we hadn't fucking initiated them in the first place, given a little while, society would have adjusted. And we would be safer without the government restraints. But no, everybody thinks, or a lot of these sheeple think, that they have to have the government come in and solve every societal ill. Let me explain something to you. Government doesn't solve societal ills. They fucking cause them. Fucking idiot ass people.
Sufficient time. Yes or no?
I think the way that we are doing this is a fair and appropriate way to have compliance with the National Firearms Act. Yes.
Okay. So what will happen to those who never heard of the rule after 120 days? I mean, you've got potentially millions of people here. That's a heck of an ad campaign.
ATF will continue to enforce the laws as Congress has given us. We will, of course, prioritize people who present a public safety threat to the community. And it is not the object of the rule to play gotcha with law-abiding firearms owners. I would say to this, but for individuals who do know about it and who are trying to decide what to do, you can check with us as to whether your particular item is covered.
Okay.
And also, if you're
Director,
going,
let me ask you this.
Sure, of course.
Do you think it's acceptable for Congress to spend taxpayers' money on unauthorized programs?
I'll stop this right here for just a second. If there was a criminal enterprise that acted like the ATF, they would be using RICO against them. They would be using any law they could think of against that organization. But since this organization is sanctioned by the government, they get to operate with fucking impunity. These motherfuckers burnt women and children alive in Waco, Texas. These motherfuckers have shot untold numbers of people on raids for illegal weapons. I mean, we know of a case where they shot a man's wife while she was holding their fucking child, not to mention shot the dude's son. Nothing ever happens to these people. Nothing. We know good and well. They sent guns into Mexico and got people killed with those guns. Nothing ever happens. But some dude who has nerve enough to put out this little card that has a drawing of a lightning link on it, it's not scale, doesn't even work. Oh no, we got to send that motherfucker to jail. Dude's facing what, 140 years or some shit? 110 years. Matt Hoover is facing 42 years or some shit like that. 42, 45. No one was hurt at all. But hey, it's for public safety. Got to keep you guys safe. Got to keep you guys safe. We're keeping y'all safe. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Fuck them. Fuck everybody in Congress who supports them. Fuck every goddamn cop who supports them. If you are a cop and you have pulled someone over, and merely because they had a gun in the car, you put handcuffs on them and you put them in jail and you charge them with some felony, you're a piece of fucking shit who deserves to do every bit of fucking time that person would have done or did do. Or tell you what, let's take a fucking average of the time where you put people in jail for unconstitutional things, and you get to go fucking serve that time because you're a jackbooted piece of shit. Again, I use the example. Jawohl, sir. We put him on the train, following orders. Fuck every single one of them. I don't think I've said fuck this many times in one single day since I was working construction, but fuck them.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you think it's acceptable for Congress to spend taxpayers' money on unauthorized programs? That is, programs that agents or agencies that are not currently authorized by Congress. You know, is that acceptable? Do you think it's legal? Is something is completely unauthorized? I mean, we have authorizing committees and we have appropriating committees. This is an appropriating committee. All right. Is it acceptable?
Respectfully, I think that's several levels above my pay grade. Obviously, Congress makes the decision as to the appropriations that it passes. There are authorizing committees. I know I'm appearing before an authorizing committee of this body. No, in a week or so. And so I will leave any back and forth between the authorizers and the appropriators above my pay grade in this body, which is, in my humble view, where those kinds of discussions appropriately occur.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Trone.
This is a fucking weasel piece
Chairman,
of shit.
Sharon and Ranking Member Cartwright, thank you both. Director, that's a lot.
And any cocksucker who supports them is an even bigger weasel piece of shit.
So, I hear.
How come none of these motherfuckers can figure out how to turn their goddamn microphones on? Your turn to speak. Who, Mike?
So we're struggling with horrific gun violence, all over America. I mean, it never ends. Can you tell me more about this rule and what it's accomplished? And also, are there 10 to 40 billion pistols that someone put a price on?
There's more than that.
So with respect to the rule, the National Firearms Act passed by Congress. The underlying statute. Trying to make sure that we enforce Congress. And it
passed by
says
Congress.
that
Passed by
short-barreled
Congress.
rifles
Makes it all right if it's
are
passed
something
by
that Congress
Congress.
deemed to
Congress
be
has
unusually
never upheld
dangerous
anything
and
that's
subject
unconstitutional.
to increased regulation. The rule and the statute do not ban. They subject things to increased regulation. Over the years, right, products in the marketplace, in the free marketplace, change, and there were
we went
additional
from
products.
quill and pin
Congressman is
to
correct. We went back and
smartphone.
forth with the industry on what qualified something to be a
What do you
short-barreled
mean
rifle, and the rule is aimed at
That
clarifying.
right hasn't changed.
Now, this law that Congress passed was back in 1934, and as I said earlier, you don't have to look all the way back to understand why short-barrel rifles can be unusually dangerous.
Eagle Run put out a video. You guys,
I mentioned likely, although we haven't
aren't
examined
following
the
Eagle
school
Run.
shooting
Check him
in
out.
Nashville, the recent, the Dayton mass shooting, the shooting mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado, Club Q, and also in Colorado, are things that were accomplished with items that are short-barreled rifles. And what we seek to do is to take what Congress has said we should be doing and to apply it to the marketplace in a fair and appropriate way.
10 to 40 million?
We will see. We also gave in the rule the option for individuals who didn't want to register what they had, which is, I think, something that was the right thing to do to break the weapon apart. So in other words, take the stabilizing brace off, and the business end of the firearm is yours without any obligation or registration, so long as it's not otherwise prohibited or regulated.
So here's your option. We, as the federal government, have deemed it that this product that you bought legally, that you paid legal money for, a product of your labor, you took part of your labor and you bought this product, and you either bought it as a full gun with this product on it, or you, like I did, you bought this product and you built a gun according to our designs. Well, you don't have to destroy your whole, product of your labor. All you have to do is take a percentage of your labor, throw that away, and then ensure that that product of your labor can no longer be reassembled with this other part of the product of your labor. Anybody thinking rational who looks at this shit by now was already like, hold on, wait, whoa. But no, you've got fucking absolute goddamn sheeple out there who only read fucking headlines, who are too goddamn stupid to understand that their government is running their ass over every fucking day and just telling them that it's okay. It's like fucking Ike Turner walking to Tina, punching her in the goddamn face every other day and going, ha, you deserve that. Don't smart off. Hit me again. I put some stank on it. Fuck these motherfuckers.
You can have it. Again, trying to create ways. So there could be a portion of people who just say, you know what, I don't feel like filling out the form, even though it's free. I'm breaking it apart, and I got my gun, and I'll put my stabilizing brace on a long barrel. And they wouldn't have to do anything.
Okay, sounds like you're on the right track.
Put a stabilizing brace on a 16-inch
continue
gun?
on. Trafficking, fentanyl. We've got to stop the fentanyl. The Mexican government is not cooperating, stopping the fentanyl in large part. What they've asked us to do is stop the guns, the gun trafficking that's coming across the southern border in huge droves, and has turned Mexico into virtually a gun narco state where they don't control 90% of the provinces are controlled by the cartels, who have their own weaponry. So what can we do to help? I mean, the Biden administration has given extra funding to ATF, which we think has been underfunded. And now the conversation is to cut that funding back to 22 levels. And I just want to stop the fentanyl. The Mexican government says, help us stop the guns so they stop killing everybody. So it seems like those are good things.
It seems like, here's an idea, just shooting from the hip. It seems like we could just shut the border down, control our own border, and then you wouldn't have to strip anybody's rights away, and then you control both sides of the equation. But no, pieces of shit like this don't give a fuck about that. They care about the gun. That's all they care about. You honestly think, and you can watch videos of fucking the fucking cartels in Mexico with fully automatic fucking Maul-Deuce machine guns rocking and rolling. You honestly think they're getting those from fucking Fred's goddamn gun shop in America and they're being footed across the border? How big of a fucking idiot do you have to be? I can't fit that level of fucking stupid into my head.
Tell me how these budget cuts would hurt the agency's ability to stop the firearms that are ending up to the cartels?
So, Congressman, from my many years as a prosecutor and now at ATF, one thing I can tell you is that guns and drugs go together in many cases. Firearms are unfortunately all too often illegal tools of drug dealers to hurt people and enforce their regime. So we work together with our law enforcement partners on drug cases involving violent criminals. And we also work to try and cut off the unlawful supply of firearms going to the criminal element, right? Different from law-abiding citizens, of course. With respect to the border, we have 9 firearms trafficking task forces that are focused on border activity.
But if your budget's cut to 22, how's it going to hamper you? What's that mean? And more guns going to Mexico, which means more drugs coming here.
More drugs and more violence.
Bingo.
And so there's no way to cut that budget at those levels without seeing public safety effects for Americans and hurting our state and local law enforcement partners, the police departments, the sheriff's departments, who we work with all the time. We will have to end some of those enforcement activities. We will have fewer special agents. It will affect every part of our public safety mission.
I know I'm over time, but you've got to get your data better on the GAO report of 2021 on guns coming across the border. You're not counting the Attorney General's in Mexico's findings. We need to count what the Mexicans take also, so we have better data.
And I would encourage you also, in addition, I hear you, to look at the firearms trafficking reports that the President and Attorney General directed us to put out. It is more information in one place on America's crime guns than has ever been put out before in the history of the country. It is
That bitch back there is mean mugging.
40 cities we've searched it for, and any city that wasn't in the 40, they can request us to run those numbers for them, and we will do it. It is a great law enforcement tool, but I hear you on
Get all the Mexican agencies' data together so we have good data. The more, the better. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Elsey? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. Director Dettelbach, did I get it right?
You absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, and congratulations
Director
on your
Bareback.
confirmation. I think it's essential for the leadership of any agency to have a permanent and Senate-affirmed director, and I know you've only been on for a short while, so congratulations for that. And I think, no matter how I feel about the ATF, it is important for leadership purposes for the direction of your agency to be clear and stable. So as a foundational question, and I don't play Stump the Chump, I'm not out to get on a news bite, but I have some questions for you as the director that I'd like to understand about where you are personally. I've seen it read that in 2018, when you ran for Attorney General, that you said that all assault weapons should be banned. Is that a fair statement?
I certainly said that I was in that political campaign, which is far different from where I am now. Although the administration's position is that there should be an assault weapons ban, to be clear. But I think what I said was that there should be an assault weapons ban. I think it would have been up to the Ohio legislature to try and determine, and it's hard work to determine what things are and are not covered, how you define those terms. That would have been my view. And as with any
fair statement.
I certainly said that I was in that political campaign, which is far different from where I am now. Although the administration's position is that there should be an assault weapons ban, to be clear. But I think what I said was that there should be an assault weapons ban. I think it would have been up to the Ohio legislature to try and determine, and it's hard work to determine what things are and are not covered, how you define those terms. That would have been my view. And as with any legislative body, they get to make those determinations.
But if you agreed with that, as a gun owner of many different types and a 20-year military veteran, I have some expertise in weaponry and self-defense weapons. What could you, in 15 seconds, would you define an assault weapon for me?
So
if you go past 15 seconds, I'll just interrupt you.
So I'll go shorter than that because I honestly do think if Congress wishes to take that up, I think Congress would have to do the work But we would be there to provide technical assistance. Unlike you, I'm not a firearms expert to the same extent as you may be, but we have people at ATF who can talk about velocity of firearms, what damage different kinds of firearms cause, so that whatever determination.
Okay. You are the head of the managing agency for firearms, and now you're saying, well, I'm not a firearms expert. So what you're telling me, diddle back, is you don't know jack shit about the firearms that you are trying to regulate. You apparently don't know a fucking thing about constitutional rights, or you just don't give a flying rat's ass about them. What fucking good are you? You're about as useless as a screen door on a fucking submarine at 200 feet under the goddamn ocean. You're a waste of fucking skin.
You chose to make would be an informed one.
Did you go to Harvard Law School?
I might have to plead
Okay,
guilty.
all
I'm
right.
sorry.
That explains a lot.
So the follow-up question is, as we discussed that we're losing wartime numbers of Americans to fentanyl coming across the border, a border that is porous. It doesn't matter the definition that you use of it, what that looks like. As you said, they go hand in hand. Drugs are coming across, guns are coming across. We have a gang problem in this country. How does ATF plan on fighting the gang issue? Because I see you shutting down a whole lot of federal firearms dealers. What are you doing in Chicago to shut down the gang violence in Chicago?
So we do a lot. So we are out there partnering with state and local law enforcement on task forces, on anti-gang efforts all over the nation. We have great other federal law enforcement agencies, but I'm very proud, and I saw this as a prosecutor for all those years. The culture at ATF is more to stand shoulder to shoulder in the streets, in the trenches with state and local law enforcement on these cases, because we're the violent crime focus, right? And that is in our constitutional system. State and locals have the lead most of the time on that. So we work all the time on those. We have done.
State and locals, you fucking piece of shit, don't just have the lead. State and local law enforcement have the responsibility because they actually fall under constitutional provisions. Your agency, on the other hand, is a piece of shit agency that shouldn't even fucking exist. You goddamn sure don't have the fucking power to operate inside the states managing firearms. You are a federal fucking agency, you cocksucker.
I mean, outlaw motorcycle gang cases, Latin Kings, Crips, Bloods, almost every gang you can imagine. And that's just since I have gotten here, and multiple times we work on those cases. It's a very important problem. You are correct.
Do you have undercover agents? And if so, do we have some in south of our border?
So I'm not going to comment on any undercover activities we may or may not have. Of course, ATF, like all law enforcement agencies, has an undercover function, but we're very, very careful about making sure we never say anything that would put somebody in danger.
I understand that as a military man, but I do want to point out, as I have a problem, and so many people on my side of the aisle do, with the ATF existing at all because of overreach. The NDB, you've lost thousands of weapons at the NDB prior to your time, I like to add. And from 2016 to 2019, very lax security standards at the NDB, National Disposal Bureau, right? And thousands of weapons that got stolen and then recirculated because there was no proof of them being sold anywhere. I'd like to know how the NDB has been cleaned up specifically since you took over.
So I think first, nobody is more keenly aware of the issues at NDB than ATF, because agents had to go out into the field and do the hard and sometimes dangerous work of recovering the vast majority of those weapons, which, by the way, they did. Not all, but the vast majority.
So quick thing, diversified machine. Diversified machine was producing solvent traps. Say what you want about it, solvent traps, parts that could be turned into suppressors. They had one of their guys who actually took some of their stuff and turned them into full-fledged suppressors, did testing. And yeah, the ATF went in there, raided them. I think the lead guy, I think he committed suicide versus spending decades in prison. And all for a bunch of people who were producing things that have never showed up in a single motherfucking crime. There hasn't been this rash of diversified machine solvent traps. They're showing up. They're just murdering everybody. Nope, hadn't been any of that. Again, it's another situation where the government just doesn't want you to have that. So whether or not anybody was actually harmed by it, no one was wrongfully deprived of life, liberty, or property, the government is going to use all of their guns to go in and go fuck somebody up. And again, I say, anybody who was involved in any of that is a piece of shit. They should be wearing big rounded helmets with little spiky things on them and loading motherfuckers onto trains, because that's what they fucking equate to. But it's illegal. But is it constitutional? I'm not a constitutional scholar. I just enforce the law. Nope, motherfucker. If you're going to be out there and you are going to enforce the law, your goddamn ass needs to be a constitutional fucking scholar. You need to know more about it than the goddamn lawyers that are going to walk into the courtroom for it. But no, cops get a fucking pass on this shit. The little ATF agents, oh, they get their little badge, they get their little gun, they're told to go do this. Fuck them. They're pieces of shit. Oh, we stopped this bad dude. Yes, you stopped that bad dude. But before you stopped that bad dude, you took 3 to 4 to 5 to 10 to 12 other motherfuckers that were zero threat to society in general, and you fucking ruined their lives. Good fucking job. You got one guy that you could have gotten on 19 other goddamn crimes, and you succeeded in fucking over a bunch of people who weren't a threat to anybody. Fuck you. Fuck any judge who fucking supports that shit in their courtroom. Fuck any prosecutor, like the bitch who prosecuted CRS. Fuck her and her cancer and her goddamn wig. She can stick the cancer and her wig up her ass. She can turn herself inside out to where her fucking colon is the only thing you see. I don't give a fucking rat's ass. I used to be the dude who believed in the law and order. I used to believe that our so-called justice system was a justice system. I used to believe, yeah, maybe one innocent person to an ear, a little innocent person here and there, as long as we're getting the bad guys. No. I don't give a shit whether Jeffrey fucking Dahmer wasn't caught, as long as the innocent people weren't fucked over before we could get Jeffrey Dahmer. Why? Because eventually Jeffrey Dahmer is going to get caught in a circumstance where we can prosecute. Will he take out some people in the meantime? Yes. But you still won't deprive a fucking large majority of American people who are innocent of all this shit. You won't deprive them of their constitutional rights. See, the Constitution is what should fucking matter, not your goddamn freedom, not your feelings, not my kids, not your kids. Oh, say that to people who lost their children. I will say that to them not to be mean. I will say that to them. The rest of that thought I will keep in my own fucking head for right now. You guys just be ready for that pop-up stream of, hey, the cop showed up from Coop. The more, and I read the government's cases. People from January 6th, I read their charging documents. I go through and I actually look at what happened. And I match that against what I saw in real time because I was watching the live streams of that entire fucking event. I had more live streams up on my computer than I can fucking count. And I'm, believe it or not, for a goddamn redneck, I can count pretty motherfucking high. And this government, well, I don't think this shit gets fixed. And as far as I'm concerned, that giant fucking meteorite that's supposed to hit this goddamn earth can't get here motherfucking fast enough. Can we speed the bitch up? Can Elon Musk get a rocket in the air to put fucking super jet boosters on that meteorite and get that bitch here sooner? We don't live in a free country, and justice in this country has been dead for a very long time. It has been substituted for social justice and environmental justice and racial justice and all the other justices that they can come up with. They're faux justices that have jack shit to do with real justice. Pieces of shit like this, they're going to make a government retirement out of this shit. Well, he's the one who deserves to be behind fucking bars. If you see me looking fucking off to the side and looking retarded, well, I am retarded, but no, I'm in town and there are some owls back over a couple streets over calling to one another. Always sounds funny to me hearing owls in town because, well, it's in town. Later, G23. I just saw you're headed to bed, brother. Yeah, stay safe. You know my opinion. Keep that thing on you at all times. Mine's actually off me right now because I'm having a few of these, but it ain't far.
In terms of the corrections, of course, the Inspector General's report comes up with specific recommendations, and we have worked very hard to adopt and implement those recommendations.
I just think that if there's going to be a no-fault mentality from this administration and the ATF concerning loss of weapons from how you sell them to anything else, that the same no-fault mentality should be held to the ATF standard. My time's expired. Thank you very much, sir.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Morrell?
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to let this
Director,
play.
thank you for being here. We had a chance to.
A little bit longer. But that's the bullshit of these hearings. This motherfucker gets 5 minutes to ask this bastard questions. Bastard A, aka Dettelbach, doesn't answer shit. Stalls for the whole time. He's never called to account for anything. And 5 minutes are over. Huh. Next questioner. See how fucking stupid this is? How fucking retarded our government's gotten. It doesn't matter whether you have 15 senators questioning this motherfucker or 200 and something members of the House. 5-minute rounds. All of them are trying to get their own damn soundbite. And the person answering the question, or supposed to be answering the question, doesn't answer shit. They stall the whole time. They talk about other shit. What about these guns? Oh, gee, a rainbow. If you did the same shit, your ass would be contempt Congress. You'd be in jail. No, these rules don't apply to the government or government employees.
Meet last year with the Anti-Gun Task Force. Appreciate your service. I want to just ask a question, if I can. The second volume of the ATF report evaluating firearms trafficking, released this past February, reported that from 2017 to 2021, nearly 35,000 firearms were stolen from federally licensed gun dealers. What resources do you need that are necessary to strengthen the oversight of gun dealers and prevent stolen guns from being trafficked in the illegal into the illegal market?
And this sort of follows Congressman's question. So first of all, let me be clear. We work with the National Shooting Sports Foundation and the industry on these cases.
It keeps
we offer
mentioning
rewards together with
NSSF.
them on these cases. These are serious crimes. Nobody drives
we
a
work with the
car
National Shooting
through the
Sports
front
Foundation.
window of a gun dealer and runs in and grabs 20 guns to go hunting, right? Those guns are going straight to the street. They're going to hurt people. So we, first of all, respond to every single one that we're notified about. Think about that. That's many a year where we get up in the middle of the night and respond, and those are victims. The other thing I want to point out is we do not, to be clear, if a firearms dealer is burglarized, even if they didn't have the alarm system we wish they had, or even if they didn't lock the guns up the way that we want, they do not get their license revoked automatically.
Bullshit.
Or are part of any sort of enhanced enforcement policy because of that. We try to work with them to suggest ways that they can harden the target. So a lot of what we do in our regulatory function, both with respect to burglaries and inspections, is working collaboratively with well-intentioned firearms dealers who are often our first line of defense in preventing firearms trafficking, to harden the target so that unscrupulous and criminal elements can't take advantage of them.
Well, but as I understand it, maybe you comment on this.
Yeah, Mike, I got you. Trust me.
The average inspection of gun stores is dramatically higher than the amount of years it's supposed to be. And there are 35,000 guns stolen, so that means there's clearly not enough hardening of facilities, in my view. But what kind of resources could you use to be able to address this problem?
So the IOIs, the industry operations investigators out there all over the country, there are only about.
Let me explain something to this statist piece of shit. There was a place not too long back. I think it was not too far near from me. 60-something guns missing one night. The robbers, the perpetrators, cut through a poured block wall to get into the shop and then proceeded to steal guns. I submit to you that if they are willing to go through a poured block wall, and for those of you who don't realize what that is brick and concrete and rebar. If they are willing to go through that, there's not much you can do to stop said criminals from stealing 60-something guns. Fuck every one of these people. because I believe you should be able to build your store in popsicle fucking sticks, because the criminals need to learn that if it's not yours, you don't have the fucking right to take it. My house, my shit's locked up. Could someone break in my house, in the safe I have, literally walk out with my safe on a furniture dolly like you were moving a refrigerator? Yes, you could, because I moved the goddamn thing in the same way I would move a refrigerator in. Fuck these people. This country is run by the biggest criminal organization that has ever fucking existed. And then not only are we run by this huge criminal organization, they actually have little sub chapters in each state. We call these state legislatures. And then these state legislatures have their own little subdivisions of their criminal enterprise. And we call these police departments and sheriff's departments. Back the fucking blue. Back my fucking nutsack. That's like this cocksucker called me the other day. Called me yesterday, Thursday. Hey, Mr. Cooper, would you support this? Yeah, we're trying to do money for this law enforcement agency. I said, hold on, brother. I said, will you send me a list of your organizations who don't support unconstitutional gun laws and don't enforce them? You know, he wouldn't send me that list. He was kind of anxious to get off the phone at that point. So you send me a list of police, sheriffs who don't enforce unconstitutional gun laws, I'll support them. You keep up with the normal rank and file police officers, fuck them. I'll be my own first responder. Thank you very much. Because all you cocksuckers are good for is writing speeding tickets, throwing people in jail, and drawing chalk fucking outlines. Cops in Nashville, whenever it was, roll up in there, they get the guy in the bank, cool. Other cops roll up in the Christian school, they do a good job. They zap, the transgendered female shooter, good job. Gold star for the fucking day, motherfucker. How many people have you arrested for unconstitutional shit? Oh, no one wants to talk about that. Okay. I'd like to talk about it. I've heard people talk, that I follow, that I like. Talk about, oh, well, we had to put charges on this person because that was the law, and we pulled them over and they didn't show us, they had a gun in the car, and la da da. Had to put charges on them. Had to revoke their carry permit. Had to do this. Had to do that. No, wait a second, motherfucker. You're a piece of shit if you do stuff like that. There was a gun in the car. Okay. Was that gun a threat to you? No. Okay. Well, what the fuck you worried about? You had to search their car to find the gun? Why did you search the car in the first fucking place? Well, they were acting a little shifty. Define shifty. Catch me on about the 5th pot of coffee for the day. I'm a little fucking shaky. Some people don't deal with being pulled over by law enforcement all that fucking well. let me let this play. Just the other day, someone stole 150,000 rounds of ammo from the Columbus PD. It doesn't surprise me. You talking about Columbus, Georgia, or Columbus, Ohio? Because it wouldn't surprise me if it was Columbus, Georgia. Because these motherfuckers are useless as tits on a boar hog or balls on a nun. Yeah, it is Ohio. It would be the same thing in Columbus, Georgia. Trust me. I'm sitting in Columbus, Georgia right now.
About 800 of them. The regulated community is depending on who you count and how you count in the applications can be, near 100,000, if not at 100,000. And so we just simply do not have the resources that we would need to do our job effectively, even on some reasonable cycle. And it's just a reality that we deal with at ATF, and we will continue to do our best with what we get to try and protect the American people. It's not about holding, well-meaning gun dealers, and playing gotcha with them. It's about finding the very few. And under the program, we revoked, I think, under 0.1%
something that is
of firearms
fucking recognized in
very
any
few
goddamn place on the planet.
And it's about helping those others to do the best they can to harden that target for the criminal gun traffickers out there who may try to take advantage of them.
So you have 800 inspectors. I think the federal law calls for inspections every 7 years. My understanding is taking about 14 years in between inspections. So would a doubling of the number of agents allow the inspections to occur? And frankly, whether you're, I assume most people are doing the right thing, but I get my car inspected every year. That doesn't mean I'm doing anything wrong, but it does require an inspection. Everyone in the state of New York has an inspection every year.
Oh, yeah, that explains it. You're from New York. You're used to the government bending you over every 5 fucking seconds. But you're also wearing that little button on your lapel which says you're immune to a lot of shit that normal people aren't immune to. You fucking piece of shit. You ought to get John Wicked with that fucking pencil you're holding. It is so hard not to fucking say what I want to fucking say.
Yeah, I assume everywhere around the country. So in order to do these inspections, you need, well, perhaps not Mr. Clyde, you don't do inspections of vehicles in your state. Well, we do it in our state. So inspections are a necessary way of making sure that you're meeting standards. So what I'm asking is what resources will be necessary to meet that obligation?
Well, in the president's request has a significant number of increased resources for that function. And I think that would be a very, very important addition for us to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish.
The National Tracing Center allows law enforcement agencies to submit crime gun trace request to ATF for processing. I understand fewer than half of the nation's law enforcement agencies utilized the program in 2021.
You want to know why only half
which
of them
undermines your ability, as I understand, to identify, investigate, and prosecute gun
place.
traffickers and other bad actors. Can you talk about the consequences of underutilization with respect to crime and solve rates?
So the number of raw traces is going up and up and up. So it was a 13% increase year over year. However, you are correct that about half of all law enforcement agencies don't use the free resource that we provide for them to trace their crime guns. And that doesn't just hurt our mission. Respectfully, this is why I talk to local police departments all over the country. It can hurt their ability to solve.
If the ATF is so worried, here's a question, everybody in the chat. If the ATF is so worried about stolen guns, and they know that there are still legal person-to-person transfers, why doesn't the ATF put out a national database of serial numbers for stolen guns so that if I go to buy a gun from somebody, I could research that serial number real fast and I could see whether that gun was stolen or not? Why do they not do that? They allow FFLs to search it. But in the case of a person-to-person transfer, why can't I search it? Why isn't that a free deal? If they're so worried about crime guns, oh, wait a second. They don't want to stop crime. They don't want to stop criminals. They really, really want gun crime to happen so they can push their anti-gun agenda, and then they can just ban guns. You know, I covered a damn, that was far. I covered a district court argument earlier this week about Twitter. And I heard about this case at least a year, maybe 2 years ago, where Twitter was informed by a person that that is me being exploited in child porn, and I would really like that video taken down. And Twitter reviewed that, and even though this dude even had a lawyer inform Twitter, Twitter went, nope, we're not taking that child porn down. However, if I go to show a gun on Twitter, or if I am pro-Second Amendment on Twitter, they'll take me down in no time. Trust me, if you say something about transgenders on Twitter that is perceived to be negative, you will be taken down in a heartbeat. It took me less than 6 hours or so to have my account permanently banned because I dared question the wisdom of parents bringing their children to drag shows on Twitter. Tweet. Mental illness, children at their most formative years. Can't remember exactly how I put it. Yeah, banned, lifetime, see you. But they won't get rid of child porn. Okay. We have the ATF, who will go after FFLs for basic paperwork issues. I can go online right now. I can find many social media videos of kids in places where guns are strictly controlled, and they're showing off their Glock switches and extended mags and all this other bullshit. And I don't see cases of them being brought to court. Well, it's almost like our government doesn't mind crime and doesn't really care if children get hurt. Just an observation from a decently astute person.
Firearms crimes. Highland Park is a great example. The July 4th shooter, the New York subway shooter. Those were cases where, because we got urgent traces and turned them around quickly, we were able to help local law enforcement identify a killer before they killed again. And so these are things that really support state and local law enforcement functions. And I hope that we will come to a place where when a crime gun happens, when a murder happens, when a homicide happens, when a shooting happens, when a drug dealer gets caught with a gun, that when law enforcement sees that firearm, they'll understand that's just like fingerprinting. You know, you wouldn't conduct the criminal investigation of the homicide without submitting the trace of the firearm, so that we can understand, you know, more evidence about the case and help identify the killer.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director. I want to start. Do you agree law-abiding citizens have a legal right to possess firearms?
Yes, as long as they're not in a prohibited category that Congress has set forth, the Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear arms.
This was a softball, right?
Right.
This is yes. The answer is yes. And I focus on legal, law-abiding citizens that have a legal right. And look, I represent Uvalde. I know exactly what it's like to have to represent a community that has lost a lot. And when Uvalde happened, first off, that gunman should have never been able to purchase that firearm. Not because he was 18, not because it was an AR, because he was mentally unstable. And I think it's important that we keep firearms out of the hands of people that shouldn't have firearms. But at the same time, so after Uvalde happened, I got calls going, hey, Tony, we got to do something to keep our kids safe in our school. But don't take my guns away. Make sure they don't take my guns away. Literally the day after the shooting, I sat down with one of the fathers of one of the children that were killed. And that's exactly what he told me. He goes, make sure my other kids are safe, but make sure they don't take my guns away. This is the dilemma that I'm dealing with. And I think a lot of Americans are dealing with. And I want to focus on the legal aspect of it, because it feels as if a lot of Americans that are law-abiding citizens, that are following the rules, doing all the things they need to do, are getting roped up into the same category of criminals. And
so here's where we run into another question for the class. Why is it that most of these shooters, the actual mentally ill mass shooters that we've seen the last little while, have had many interactions with law enforcement and nothing has been done about them, if apparently mentally ill people shouldn't have guns? Now, you have to break these shootings down. So it's like they use the analogy of cancer all the time. You don't throw cancer in the same fucking pile that you throw ovarian cancer in. You don't. You don't throw breast cancer in the same place you throw prostate cancer or colon cancer. I mean, everything's broken down. This is this cancer. This is that cancer. This is this type of cancer. This is that type of cancer. And we can understand things that way. We learn more about them. You don't throw shootings with mentally ill people into the same category as just depraved people who, like this shooting that just happened in Dadeville, Alabama, which is not very far from me. It's not incredibly far from me. Where you had a sweet 16 party for a young girl. And last count, there were 6 people that have been arrested for that shooting so far, that left 4 dead and so many more injured. You don't throw those shootings in the same place, the same pile. It's not the same motivation. It's not the same. Just not the same. There is something that is kind of a correlation in between most of these shootings. Most of the time with these gang shootings, which are the majority of mass shootings, the shooters are known to police. They've been arrested multiple times in a lot of cases. In the case of this shooting in Dadeville, I think one of the shooters is like 15 years old. He's had multiple disciplinary issues in classes and school. I'll bet money. So they were known to police. Most of these insane mass shooters were known to police, but they all seem to be let go. That's the one thread that you can probably string through all of these mass shootings that we see, is they were known to law enforcement and they were just let go. Fuck them. It'd be okay. Now, Uvalde, if you kids don't remember that one, that shooter had some questionable issues with sexual orientation. That got swept underneath the rug fast. This transgendered shooter who shot up the school not too long back, well, that gets swept under the rug. It's almost like the government values narratives over people's lives. I wonder if that could possibly be true.
In some of these other areas. So I want to start there. Does your budget request adequately equip ATF's ability to improve and swiftly process firearms license applications?
Certainly to improve. That's a work in progress. It's necessary to do that work. I acknowledged before, I'm not, don't want to repeat myself and take your time, but so we need to do better on the wait times for NFA weapons.
I'm very interested in that. You know, when we talk about the budget requests, I want to make sure the funds are going to be able to process requests. I'm talking about law-abiding citizens that are filling out all the applications that they have to in a manner that they're trying to be upfront. Just on our end, from a government standpoint, how do we get through that faster? How do we streamline it? How do we utilize technology?
Yeah, two ends of that question. The increase would help us to do it better.
Yeah, bro, they don't want
And
to call it
answer
mental
prior
health
questions,
issue.
cuts would most certainly hurt that process along with many others. I think that the electronic submission process, which has been referred to earlier, which recently came back online, or a couple of years ago came back online, is one help. I do think we need to just surge resources to get through that paper backlog, which we are continuing to try to do. But to one thing that you said that I just want to, you obviously, I understand the right to keep and bear arms, but it's important to.
No, you don't.
The reason why I was careful, I wasn't trying to be difficult, but we talk about law-abiding citizens. Somebody who has a mental illness is not a lawbreaker, right? And so as you yourself said, you know.
Let's get past a common term that I've been guilty of using plenty of times, which is law-abiding citizen. Most of us, so-called law-abiding citizens, we break laws. We speed. We do other things to alleviate our responsibilities and the impact of government on our lives. Okay. As long as you are not wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, I don't care. You're a cop. 2 o'clock in the morning. And I know that this happened. You see a guy roll to a stop sign in a 4-way zone. There's no one else on the road. That person doesn't come to a complete stop. They slow down. They're just about at a stop, and they do what we call Californian something. They kind of roll through it a little bit, and they make their right turn and they go. If you're the cop that pulls them over and writes them a ticket and reads them the riot act for rolling through a stop sign at 2 o'clock in the morning with no other traffic on the road, you're a piece of shit. If you're the cop who searches their vehicle, even though they were no threat to anybody, and you find their gun, their firearm in the car, and you charge them with having an illegal firearm, you're a piece of shit. That person could have been on their way to a drive-by. I don't care. You could have just followed that person. And if they started to do their drive-by, well, then it's a whole nother ball of wax. I just don't want to talk about mental health. Mentally well people don't go shoot innocent people for no reason whatsoever. They just don't. Now, will you have people that are decently mentally, well, that are just followers that are involved in gangs who will go to a dance studio and shoot up a Sweet 16? Yes, you do. And you prosecute them as such. But again, that's where we get back to, you don't throw every single shooting in the same bucket. You know what they count as a school shooting? Someone merely discharging a firearm in a school zone. It could be 1 o'clock in the morning with their shot spotters and shit like that, and someone discharges a firearm. Didn't hit anybody, wasn't aimed at anybody. They just discharged the firearm because they felt like it. That is counted as a school shooting. You see, unlike a lot of folks, when studies are posted and they talk about these facts and figures, well, I read them, but I also go all the way down into the footnotes and in their citations, because I want to see what they're citing and how that data is collected. And the more and deeper I get into shit like that, well, the more and more proof there is that these people are full of shit, and he needs to be choked to death with his own fucking blue tie. Moving on.
What I say is we have the right to keep and bear arms under the Constitution as the courts define that term. And while none of these things on their own, this is frustrating, none of these things on their own is going to solve the problem. And that's frustrating sometimes. People want to have one thing. If we do this, it's over.
Right.
But to me, that is not a reason not to do anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'd say too is, look, throwing money at a problem never solves anything. Okay. I'm going to look at, what are you doing with that money? And when you come before this committee or your predecessor or whoever, I mean, you just got in the seat, so ideally you'll still be in the seat. But when you come before next year, because this train doesn't end. When you come next year, one of the things that we're going to look at is, what did you do with that money? Did wait times increase or did they decrease? I want to switch to folks that aren't law-abiding citizens, for if you will. The provisions in the Bipartisan Safer Community Act, which I voted in favor of, strengthens ATF's ability to identify, deter, and investigate those who illegally divert firearms from lawful commerce to violent criminals.
Safer Communities Act. We'll read through that one day on my show. Did nothing but empower government to strip people of more and more of their private freedoms. And this douchebag just admitted, I voted for it. So you admit you voted for things that are very much unconstitutional, and you're a piece of shit. And you're going to question another piece of shit about which side of the fucking piece of bread you are on versus that piece of shit in this entire shit sandwich. Uvalde, where law enforcement stood outside of a school, he had an AR-15. Yes, and so did you guys. And there were exterior windows where you could have walked around and shot him through a fucking window versus just playing around in the hallways. I'm a dumb redneck, and I know if there's a window you can shoot him through, shoot him through the window. They gave this motherfucker enough time. He could have walked around and choked all of those children to death with his bare motherfucking hands. But yet you just want to strip gun owners of their property, their rights, their privacy, throw them in jail. Gee, thanks, buddy.
and trafficking organizations that supply gangs and extremists. Can you speak more to this agreement? How will ATF's role directly or indirectly collaborate efforts with our Mexican counterparts in curbing the fentanyl crisis?
As I said, drugs and guns oftentimes go together, especially when you're talking about criminal organizations, whether they are gangs or cartels or violent drug trafficking organizations. And we have established 9 firearms trafficking task forces all on the border, including in areas close to your district, to try and work on stemming the flow of firearms down into Mexico. And we also are working with our counterparts in the Mexican government. We have a good relationship. We're increasing the number of traces that they're able to do.
Good.
It's a work in progress, but we are working on it.
I'm out of time. I'm trying to basically go, I would love for you to spend more energy catching the bad guys and less energy hampering those law-abiding citizens that are filling out all the paperwork and doing all those things. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There is a desire, I think, on behalf of a couple of members for a limited second round, briefly, because we're nearing the time that the witness has allotted for this purpose. So we'll have a limited second round, if that's okay with you, sir.
Of course, Stonewall questions.
Let me ask you about the drug cartels. We just concluded a huge summit in Atlanta over last week. Mr. Cartwright was there with us and participated, but we had some 4,000 people. Practically all of the law enforcement agency heads like DEA, FBI, so on, ATF.
DEA is another use.
We had
agency, but okay. What if she
people from
fucking
all
holds
walks
his
of
dick
life
like that?
on the drug question, particularly fentanyl, and all of the evidence, of course, echoes around that the fentanyl is coming from makeup of from China, assembled and perfected in Mexico, and shipped by the cartels across the U.S. in practically every community. I know this is not your direct responsibility, but ATF is a part of the answer. What can you tell us about the effect of the cartels, especially, on the flooding of this country with fentanyl?
God, these motherfuckers.
I want to be careful not to speak where I'm not the expert, but of course, we are part of the effort, not just at the border, but all around the country to deal with this problem, because it is a national problem. The Appalachia Haida is fantastic. Vic Brown, fantastic. We work with them very closely.
3 minutes
And,
reading off this goddamn script.
The cases
And
that
this
we have that are
jackass
violent
spends
drug trafficking
2 minutes
cases all over the country,
talking out of
whether
his
it's in
ass.
Ohio where I'm from or in Kentucky, a lot of them have links to the cartels now. Right? This is a problem everywhere, and so we work very hard and spend a vast amount of time and resources dealing with these kinds of cases. Now, we try to get involved where we can add value, which are the cases where there's also a sort of a demonstrated link to gun violence.
You couldn't add value to a gay whorehouse.
That will be because we have so few resources, right? We want to get bang for the buck. But we are there as a partner. We say yes to those cases. We go out on joint operations,
couldn't add
dealing
value
with those
to a
cases all over the
goddamn
country. And of
happy
course, dealing directly with our Mexican partners, we spend time working with them and trying to improve the amount of information that they can. This is a really, you're right, this is a heartbreaking and serious problem.
Just in the last few hours, the DEA administrator reported on a successful operation to arrest El Chapo's 2 sons in Mexico, and other arrests, and she'll be seeking extradition to this country. But can you speak to how we can engage the Mexican authorities more effectively.
We are trying to do that, and we are making some progress. So that if you look at the number of criminal referrals in the United States based upon traces run in crime guns in Mexico, that has increased the number of referrals significantly in the last year. If you look at the tracing number, that has increased.
Your guys cross
we will
our shit.
continue
We'll
to. We have added at least one. We opened one additional office in Mexico and added to our cadre down there already. We're trying very hard to try and do what we can with those partners to get us all working and rowing in the same direction on this.
Well, good luck and Godspeed, because it's killing us. We had 107,000 fentanyl deaths last year alone. So it's a national disaster. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, as a point of personal privilege, I want to thank you for putting together that amazing prescription and illicit drug summit that Congressman Clyde and I were happy to attend as well last week. That's right, 107,000 dead people in a year from fentanyl. And this is a bipartisan issue, a bipartisan effort. It is an American crisis. And sure, your part is guns, not drugs, but guns and drugs go together. You said it earlier. Just last Thursday, the United States and Mexico issued a joint statement announcing that the two countries have struck an agreement that will involve the U.S. doing more to stem the flow of firearms that are arming the cartels, empowering the cartels to put together drugs, put together the precursor chemicals that the Chairman was talking about, and ship them into the United States one way or another. It seems like a strong step going forward. It was announced that ATF, through Operation Southbound, would be targeting southbound flowing firearms and working with Mexican counterparts to increase firearms tracing to identify and stop the sourcing of firearms exports into Mexico through new authorities from the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that Mr. Gonzalez just talked about. Director, as you may know, the House has carried report language on the issue of firearms trafficked into Mexico for years and has encouraged ATF to work with its federal partners, including DHS, to that end. Can you elaborate on ATF efforts prior to last week's announcement to stem the flow of firearms across the southern border?
As I said, and you referred to Operation Southbound, we work together with our federal partners, which includes HSI, right, and the DEA. We work with our local partners on these firearms trafficking task forces. There are 9 along the border to focus on this. I have gone and met with local law enforcement partners in the Southwest United States repeatedly on this effort. And Congress, as you say, has provided really important tools. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act gave us the first ever federal firearms trafficking statute and the first ever standalone firearms straw purchasing statute, both of which were used and have been used with this particular focus in cases already. The first sentencing happened in Texas just a month or so ago of somebody convicted, 231 firearms being trafficked to the cartels. That person got, the judge, I think, gave an 80-month sentence under that new law. And that is, we've done over 30 defendants have been prosecuted, and I think it's growing every day on these new tools we have. So our job is, when you give us a new tool, we will do our best to squeeze every ounce of public safety we can out of that with the money that you decide to give ATF.
Well, our subcommittee is about funding. Do you anticipate Operation Southbound will require additional resources?
Everything we do at ATF begins and ends with public safety, and I could not think of a more significant public safety threat than the southbound traffic of firearms. Actually, there's a lot that might be tied, but that's right there. And I would imagine that in order to implement the Bipartisan Safer Community Act, yes, that will be among the places where we would place additional resources to try to enforce those statutes.
And regrettably, I have to ask the corollary question, which is if Operation Southbound suffers a 22% cut in funding, what will the effect of that be?
A 22% cut in funding for ATF, as I said before, we don't have that kind of that. Over 2,500 of our 5,000 employees are special agents. So over half just do that provision, and 75% of our budget is directly enforcement related. And even in the 25% that's not, there's lab services, there's things that I think most people would say would hurt operations directly. So it would absolutely hurt our ability to stem that traffic.
And you said it doesn't cut fat. You skipped past muscle. You said it cuts right into the bone, didn't you?
Yes.
Thank you for appearing before us today, Director. Yield back.
Have you your agents encountered the cartels recently?
I think there are probably a number of cases that we are investigating that relate to cartel activity.
Has there been any convictions?
I am quite sure that there have been, the cartels, again, I want to be careful about speaking out of my expertise, but I know enough to say that the cartels are multi-billion-dollar criminal organizations that have layers and tentacles. And there are many, many cases all over the United States in places far from the border that have direct relation to cartels. And we work on a lot of them with our state and local partners and federal partners all the time.
So it's common to encounter the cartels in your regular everyday work.
Yeah, yes, I can't say the son of, as you mentioned, the son of a head of a cartel, but in our everyday work, we deal with violent drug trafficking organizations, many of whom are supplied or have direct relationships or are part of various cartels. We work with national gang organizations also, as you brought up. There's a variety of criminal, far right-wing and sometimes left-wing extremist organizations that are violent in nature. These criminal organizations, these are organizations that we see at ATF quite frequently.
Do you need any further congressional action to enable you to do your job?
Well, other than the kind of action that this committee obviously focuses on, which we are in dire need of. Look, we will do, at ATF, we are a law enforcement agency first and foremost. Whatever the debates that happen here are important, they're passionate. With whatever resources, laws, tools you give us, we will keep doing what we've always done. We will go every day out there running towards the gunfire, the men and women who work for me, not me, right? They're the heroes. We will try to do everything we can with whatever you give us, based on whatever policy determinations you make.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I understand that ATF has not released its fiscal year 2021 firearms compliance inspection statistics. We have all of 2019, we have all of 2020, we have 2022, and we actually even have up to March of 2023, but ATF has not released 2021. My question is, why has it not been released and when will it be released?
We are committed to transparency. I'm learning about this. If that hasn't happened, that needs to happen. I don't know. I will check.
Would you please provide it to this committee?
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. In the first page of your testimony here, you say one of the main priorities of the ATF is processing the timely registration and transfer of firearms under the National Firearms Act. What is your definition of timely?
It's not what it is now. We need to get those processing and wait times down lower.
I get that.
And so as quickly as possible, right? I mean,
what is your goal? I mean, if you don't have a goal to work toward, then, I mean, when I look at processing times, I looked 20 years ago and the processing times haven't changed. I mean, I'm looking at, forms that literally were approved this month, and it's 7 to 9 months for an NFA form to be approved on a Form 4. I look at a Form 3 and it's 5 days.
In defense of not of the Times, but of our agency, we process a greater volume of forms than we ever have before. I think
get that.
800,000 over the last year. The application numbers are also going up. So we have to match that, right? That's not an excuse, it's an explanation.
Okay.
And I will get back. I don't know that I can sit here and commit to a particular time limit on the spot here, but I can say that we will respond to you and set a goal.
Okay.
We will set a goal.
I mean, Judge Carter said it was years ago, 100 days. I have seen it as low as 5 weeks, where Form 4s have come back in 5 weeks. When Washington, D.C., when the NFA was transferred to Martinsburg, West Virginia. All right. That was great. Fantastic move. So I would appreciate that if you would get back to me with what your goal is and then your plan to get to that goal, because I think reprioritizing your funding, okay, to make sure that you work toward that goal would be very important to achieving that goal.
That is an important function of ATF. It is one of many priorities. Getting our tracing time down is crucially important as well.
Speaking of tracing, thank you for that segue. Rep. Cloud sent a letter last year, February the 3rd, and it took 14 months for the ATF to respond to that letter. 36 members of Congress signed it and requested it, and it had to do with tracing. So how much of ATF's budget goes to digitizing out-of-business records in a database?
I am not sure of the exact number. I can get back to you with that number. Obviously, we receive
how much?
We receive tens of millions of paper records at ATF.
Okay.
They come in waterlogged boxes sometimes. It's incredibly difficult task. These are also
is the digital database that is being created a searchable database?
We are, as far as I know, the only customer that pays additional money to have search function taken out of Adobe Acrobat.
So how is it searchable?
We do not search in the specific ways that Congress has said that we can't search, right? So by personal identifier, by the way, right? We search by, we run serial numbers. And I will say that is a policy decision that Congress makes. That does make traces take longer in criminal cases.
According to this letter, the NTC is only authorized to trace a firearm for a law enforcement agency when the firearm is involved in a bona fide criminal investigation. That's according to the letter that we finally got the response that came April 14th, 2023. Do you agree with that? Only a bona fide criminal investigation?
Our state and local, most traces come from your local police department, your sheriff's department, as requests to us. And we work with them and we trust our state and local partners they submit things when they're subject to a criminal investigation that a state and local law enforcement, a sheriff, a police chief, a commander has.
Well, I think that's important because the letter also asked for NCIC codes, and there are 420 codes that were provided, and the number of traces per year from 2019, 2020, 2021. Because if a federal firearms licensee gets more than 25 traces, then they're responsible to participate in the Demand 2 program. And in looking at some of these traces, I mean, you've got 132,000 traces on a found firearm. You've got 27,566 traces related to health and safety, 2,000 related to drugs, health and safety, 89 to food health and safety, cosmetics health and safety, 13 related to abortion. I don't see the crime here with all these traces.
You said those are the NCIC. The C stands for criminal,
right?
NCIC.
Right.
We are state and local law enforcement partners. We support police and trust police departments to submit traces when they relate to criminal investigations that they're conducting.
Okay. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Director, thank you so much for being with us for an extended period of time here. Thanks for your staff as well. and all the agents and the personnel that you supervise. But we thank you personally for taking on this chore, this responsibility. It's a tough job against a tough problem that the country faces, and we salute you and your colleagues for taking it on. And we stand with you. We'll support you in any way that we can. So this concludes today's hearing. Thank you to our members and witnesses as well for attending. Without objection, all members will have 7 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
did. I feel fucking sleepy. Night, guys. I'm out. Something else playing in the background. I'm sitting here chilling.